Greetings, and welcome and salutations. After many moons, we come to you now. To fire and war. Moon and star. To gaze upon the heart, aka Kulger trying to save Finley's little life. So, last time on this game, we had a bit of an adventure where, you know, after coming back from the definitely not Bond villain base, you had a little something suctioned to the exterior of your hull. And you guys decided to go give it a poke. It seems to have some sort of computer on board that's trying to launch an E-war attack against your ship. Finley is holding it down from inside the shuttle itself, while Zhivka and Blue East are outside trying to physically get at it. Kulger, meanwhile, is in the cargo bay as the shuttle forcibly declamps, and there's a shoop, and there is just a little bit of boarding tube between Finley, Kulger, and the Void. So, before we begin, there are two major ways you can impact the game of the events. You can, with channel points, give a dangerous to go alone, and that will give someone an item or insight in the moment, at my discretion. And you can also scroll down to the About section at Money Honey and give us the ducats, and the channel will get the money, and you'll see the little search bar on the left hand side go up. Whatever show that reaches $50 on, something big and scene altering will occur. A wild magic surge, if you will, but even if there's no magic. So yeah, that's the gist. That's the twist. And if you're spending the resource, well, that's called whist. So, without further ado, I believe it is.
If you're playing a late '90s point-and-click adventure game, that's called Myst.
Yeah. And
was it late '90s? Yeah.
Don't remember.
Yeah, and I mean,
It's old.
It's old enough. It's probably going to need to be removed, not unlike assist. So,
I get the chest.
Can we end this tryst?
Forever.
If you insist.
Floating in a sea of bliss.
Okay, now I'm pissed.
Fuck. Every time my foot touches something under my desk, I lose power to my monitor. So the monitor has a little 20 on it.
That might be an issue.
This is a new problem that has just recently developed. Okay, I'm gonna try and
Maybe your monitor needs to be kissed.
Or
I'll put that on the
you're
list.
pissed.
We need to stop ourselves before we get out of control. Alright. Here's how this is
slap
gonna
our
go.
wrists.
Here's how this is gonna go, punks. And I do insist that. Alright,
Not
so.
participating in this.
Scream end.
we've all positioned ourselves as our Blue East and Jivka outside the shuttle. You two inside the Scorpio. We are literally going to roll initiative. And initiative 0 is going to be space. And on the space turn, space things happen. And on the people turn, the people turns happen.
Guys, I'm faster than space.
Yeah. The quick and the dead.
I'm slower than a giant weevil, though.
Alright. Sorry, I'm still working on getting my I'm on. God damn it. There we are. And boom. Okay, sorry. Of course, I didn't have my character token
I
selected.
can add turn you. So, we come here to Blue East. You see the warning lights and the barely visible gas as the pneumatic locks raise, and there is a clear sign of visual movement as this is beginning to go, and the boarding tube begins to unaccordion out and stretch. And it is clear to you that the shuttle is undocking. It's not immediately clear to you that the door hasn't shut right behind it, but the tube should have popped off right now, so something's definitely off. And you're presumably in audible communication with your friends in case they happen to be shouting anything. So, yeah, I think that's how we begin. I'm not going to say this is strictly like you can only do what you can do in one turn's worth, but this is a brief period of time. So, do what Blue East would do.
All right. So, to better edify me on what Blue East would do, would you mind reminding me? So the shuttle was hacked, right? Is the shuttle flyable?
You guys flew the shuttle here.
Okay.
It's your shuttle. The thing is, there is a comms node bolted to the exterior of this craft, and it has don't know what's in it, but it's definitely attempting to do some sort of E-war attack, and Finley was in there holding it down and preventing it from getting in and attacking the Scorpio systems.
Mm-hmm. So then,
I'm preventing a shenanigan, if you would.
the fact that it is detaching, what would I immediately think is going on?
An irregular docking procedure, aka not good.
Okay. So do I think that getting in the shuttle and making sure that it does a proper docking procedure would fix the issue?
Maybe, but you don't know where the source of the problem is coming from. Additionally, you went out through like an airlock on your ship and walked over here.
Mm-hmm.
There's no version of you getting into that shuttle that does not involve exposing the shuttle Finley is inside of without a suit to the vacuum you're presently enwrapped by.
Ah, that's right. We did talk about a hatch that I made on the bottom of the ship.
Oh wait, no, you did. You put a hack job hatch on the bottom of this shuttle. It does function. If you were to open
it still doesn't change the fact of the other problem.
It's not an airlock is the problem.
Yeah.
It's a hatch.
Don't worry, I'll hold my breath. Kidding, it's a terrible idea.
So,
Don't do that.
Yeah, I mean, like, if there's, there's an external housing to the clamps, but nothing's just raw and exposed. If you had any mechanical know-how to force it to, say, stay shut, first of all, it's already begun to pull away, so that ship has flown. But even if there's something to be done there, it would take the time of cutting into it, at which time events will have unfolded. It would only be a systems test to get any further insight, but, like, honestly, the Dreamweaver
I'm gonna
here,
go ahead and roll you.
I don't know that there's any perfect solution here for Blue East. I will just remind you, you and Jivka were out here to examine this comms node, which you considered the present threat. Ah.
Brilliant.
Well.
I don't think Blue East is doing much.
So, Blue East recently had a bit of an incident. Or, she had a bit of a bad time. She's got a bit of a relationship with fire now. And as she looks at the shuttle slowly pushing off, it does require just the smallest flicker of chemical thrust. Just the smallest of flame burn off in the void. And as you think about what you could do, it occurs to you that if the ship thought it was going to collide with something, you could force it to take evasive maneuvers. Now, evasive maneuvers while slurped onto your ship could be ruinous for both vessels, but it could also stop it from leaving, especially if it thought the only move was to stay put and cut an impulse. So you begin to formulate this plan that maybe if you get to the front of the shuttle, you could do something, but as you do that, you feel like something like inside of you like go snap, and you feel like you are swimming, like you are drowning, and you are acutely aware of every like droplet of sweat inside of your suit, and you are not unlike an astronaut in the ocean as you float there.
Amazing. All right, yeah. So I'm having a panic attack / PTSD episode.
So that's Blue East. Kalger! That thing is about to slurp out, and you don't think you're going to get an opportunity to act again before you are exposed to the void should you remain within this room. What do you do?
So last time we discussed that there is no door shutting. There's no emergency door that's closing, and there's no like lever or some kind of switch that I could use to manually close it.
There is no immediately present physical means of forcing this shut, because you're not supposed to be able to fuck with its proceedings. It's supposed to be, for safety purposes, redundantly correct. Like, it's not supposed to accept human error. So yes, there's no lever that's just near the hatch to pull.
I know this ship in and out because of my hourly cleaning whenever I'm on the ship.
Correct.
Wait, you clean the ship every hour?
Yeah. What do you think? Everything's so clean.
I mean, I assumed you cleaned a lot, but like maybe twice a day, every hour. Did you do anything else?
No, I practice maintenance and cleaning.
All right.
Maintenance is the best thing for the human body, or yes, not human. Best is for the creature's body, and for the mechanical heart.
If Finley knew about this, he would feel kind of bad about all the messes he left around.
Yeah, you leave a lot of crumbs behind.
It's
kind of ridiculous. But anyways, would there happen to be any kind of like? So I'm assuming the door is closed by some kind of hydraulic power, more or less.
Yeah. So that's.
Is there a hydraulic line anywhere near below me that I could perceivably cut into?
Yeah, you know that it runs like. They run in from like the space north and space south, right? So you are like 1 meter away from one of those lines.
Mm-hmm.
And they like cycle around to do both sides. So theoretically, if you breach one of them, you could force it closed. The only problem is you'll force it closed at like half speed, only cutting one of the lines.
Mm-hmm.
You'll still get it shut though.
I still think I'm gonna do that, and doing this isn't gonna like sever like the rope that's holding.
No, it's not gonna break because
East.
that connection mounts to the outside. Yet you're not gonna fuck with any as long as you don't do anything. If this goes absolutely terribly wrong, who knows? Because you are tampering with like a gas valve. But this should be a plasma torch aided mechanics test. I'm gonna say -1. Because this was not designed to be tampered with.
Okay.
But I'm pretty sure you're going to get a +2.
You are going to be avoiding your warranty by breaking the seal. I just want you to know that going in.
Yeah, I've done that already. I've already started fixing the ship and upgrading it. Warranty's
You
been
didn't
gone.
take it to an authorized dealer?
No. Warranty was gone even before we turned on the engine when we left the. Anyways, so. Can I use any of my multi-tool? Like you said, I can use a plasma torch. Any like repair parts that I can use to help me boost my odds?
Well, yeah, because you can dual wield applicable tools because you're a Veer. So I would say a multi is going to help you here because you can basically like slam and pry. And you can use that to get a plate out of place faster than you would otherwise. You can get the +1 modifier from that. You're getting a +2 from the torch, -1, so an overall modifier of 2. Positive modifier of 2 on the mechanics.
And I have Gearhead, which gives me a +2 to break machinery. Does this count as breaking it?
This is breaking machinery.
So I have a net +4.
Alright. Let's fucking go. Alright.
Damn.
A level 1 shock, you pry in, you cut, the gas goes, the door begins to close, and the minor shock is that as you're like closing it, right? As you like you jam it in, you pry it open, and you begin to sever stuff, right? Next to the gas line, there are also like the power cables that like connect the docked shuttle to the power system of the spaceship, right? Now, the reactor in your FAI is very sophisticated and it causes no problems for your ship. However, Finley, the console is overridden with a beep beep beep, red flashing triangle, warning you that the power system has been disrupted and you may experience power loss, which will be fun for anything you were trying to do. But Kulger, I believe let you go, and the doors are gonna be done shutting at the end of the space turn.
Okay. I will be doing what I'm doing, breaking into the fucking floor, getting to the hydraulic line. As throughout the whole time I'm doing this is I can fix this later, I can fix this later, I can fix this later. And that's my turn.
Alright, yeah. Finley, Rattle Deep. You see a door beginning to close a bit slower than normal, and you're in a ship that is pulling away from your ship. What would you... And the console you were using to suppress the E-War attempts just threw you a huge warning sign about potential power loss.
Is the ship's reactor currently online?
Yours or theirs?
The shuttles.
It was idling for docked purposes, but it more or less it was on at a very low output. So it's just having to the systems are handling the fluctuation, but you're getting a warning due to the spike.
Okay.
Yeah, the reactor's on, but you'd need to because the ship in a weird way still thinks it's docked. If you wanted to get it fully powered, you'd have to manually tell it to do that.
I wanna go and do that barotrauma thing where you make the dials go the right places to deal with the power fluctuations.
Okay. As you do this, you are very aware of the fact that you see your visual range changing in front of you when the ship is pulling away, but you go for it.
Yeah, I know. The problem is my plan requires me to have power.
Give me a.
If I don't have stable power, my plan doesn't really work.
Give me a systems. Give me a systems.
All right, systems. Oh yes, I forgot. There's a follow-up roll. I always forget you hit the thing and you have to hit the other thing. All right. Not bad.
Yeah. So you managed to fix the situation. You got two. Oh, Kulger also had additional twist. Kulger, I'm gonna assume that you just did it with the least damage to the ship possible. Least permanent damage to the ship possible.
If there's an option that would help the odds of allies, I think I would prioritize that. But yes.
Okay.
Anything else other than that would be minimal damage, minimal casualties.
Yeah, you ensure that it's not gonna crush anybody on accident. Finley, you have two twists. You could gain more information. You could increase. You could fully dedicate the power from the shuttle's meager power plant to a certain endeavor. You could just try and do this faster. What do you want to go for? You have two twists.
I would want to gain more information and then try to dedicate power to reversing thrust.
So you
I want to thrust back into the docking port. Might happen a little bit harder, but I figure best way to not be sucked into space is to, meet up again.
So
to jam back into
the
socket.
You hit reverse and you intend, but the thing is you're scared. Your paws are flapping fast because you don't want to die, right?
I mean, that's one of my number one goals as a character.
You tap it slightly to the left of where you should have. And rather than autopilot reverse, it manual reverses. Make me an operate at a -2 modifier to try and make this as least catastrophically damaging as possible.
So my operate at a -2 is 0.
You always get to roll at least one dice, plus your edge dice.
Yes, I do have edge dice. So that's... I forgot how the thing works.
Well, this is a koi. The thrust on the koi is probably negative anyway. Never mind, I'm not going to bring that up.
Yeah, that shouldn't... Can I push that?
Yes.
Yeah, you didn't have a failure.
Yeah, you can. Yeah. So gain one edge and roll again.
Thanks, gain an edge.
And I will say, hold on. Wait, before you... Yeah. So you twisted for more power to this, right?
Yeah.
Each twist you dedicate to more power to this should be a +1 modifier.
So -1 then. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, baby.
Okay.
Once again, I don't. That should have been. Oh wait. Yeah, no, that's right. Because technically, a -1 and a -2 still have the same thing for me because both of them end up with 1 dice.
Okay.
But
you ram the
okay.
ship back into the other ship, which, as we know from the ramming damage, mean you take the other ship's maximum hull and damage now.
Oh, this counts as a true ram.
You do a rough parking job. It's definitely scratched some paint, and some minor like clamps and safety railings have definitely been brushed off into space at this point with a clink. But
so
you think you're safe. And the door is still closing. But yes, Chin?
I was gonna ask, like, so how does this interact with the door closing?
So because the door is like inside this little thing that the shuttle couldn't possibly fit into, it doesn't, right?
Okay.
The only thing it could have done is he could have broken the door's mechanism by ramming hard enough, but he didn't ram that hard. So the door continues to keep on trucking. The boarding tube is still attached. And you re-accordion the boarding tube to a very rumpled state. So it's nowhere near as close as breaking free as it was before, Finley.
Hell yeah.
In the process, you do, like, knock over a canister next to yourself and it freaks you out a little. But it was just probably, like, you know, fucking some sort of, nothing to worry about. A little tube of gas, you know. Those things that happen to be in spaceships. So, yeah, that's your go, right? I think you've pretty did a full send. You could try and move out of the shuttle as well, but you've spent a significant amount of time doing stuff here.
Yeah, I think
All right.
this is about what I've done.
Okay. Yeah, space. Kulger, you are not exposed to the void. The gas. There is a very lossy process when you break this gas valve, right? So it kind of like wheezes like a whoopee cushion into closing, and you hear a bit of like an emergency like, and you suspect due to lights flashing in the cargo hold that it's been cut off from the greater fuel reservoir to not leak it all into this room. The gases are harmless in this amount, and the door is fully shut. Blue East. You are still not unlike an astronaut in the ocean. You cannot. You feel yourself like completely physically taken out of the experience because you feel like swimming, and Zhivka comes and collects you to prevent you from getting, you know, mangled by any spaceship movements. But as you're just there in the hull with her holding you, do you say anything? Because you can still think and speak, but you cannot physically act upon the world at this time.
So, I mean, they've basically done something that would achieve the same goal as the plan that I concocted. So, honestly, I think I'm probably just say nothing and have a panic attack.
You, not unlike an astronaut in the ocean, have a swim. So, Kulger, it's your turn. The door seems to be shut. What do you want to do?
The first thing I would do is get on my tablet, get on the comms, and ask, is everyone okay? Who's injured? Do I need to go outside?
I'm fine. I did a really good parking job too. You'll be really proud of me. I've got lots of new work for you, unrelated.
You did great. I will fix it later.
I probably would say, I just need a minute.
Okay. Well, if everyone's okay, I think Colger's just gonna. You guys gonna just start hearing mechanical noises as he starts patching up the hole and just immediately starts going to mechanic mode.
All right. Yeah.
So, am I? So what is my situation, Lee?
So like, all right. So I think that at this point, the immediate danger is past from the exit initiative order. Zhivka would probably return with you to the vessel, right?
Mm-hmm.
The vessel. You pop back in through the airlock and goes wherever with you. Kulger is here and Finley is there, and right now everything is well. Okay. What would I think? Blue East, you recover yourself only after you've removed your spacesuit.
Okay.
Yeah,
Right.
so
not necessarily
probably
take it all the way
once we're
off, but like pop the helmet, you know.
Yeah.
And Holger, what would you be doing in the immediate aftermath?
Kolger was just, if everyone is good and healthy, then Kolger will immediately start go into mechanic mode and start repairing, looking at the docking hatch, looking at the shell itself, and the loading bay of the Scorpio.
Yeah, so you immediately think that you're gonna have to replace these pipes, and that there's some of the cable. So you're gonna have to go get that, and you know that there's some probably in, like, you know, the room to your south. Finley, what are you doing? You're in the shuttle right now. What are you doing there?
So unless I'm mistaken, we haven't solved the initial issue with the weird device that's doing some stuff.
Yeah,
Right, the original thing is still attached and trying to do something.
You really have not, and you had been using this ship's systems to help suppress the node, and then that event occurred.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I'm probably gonna keep suppressing it,
Okay.
and call the crew and say, like, hey, we still have the node.
Yeah. Do we need to go back out there? Does somebody need to go back out there?
I mean, we need to do something, and I rack my brain for, like, could I overload it? Could I hack the system?
So
Hack
not-
the planet?
We could just remove it.
you know it's a comms. You know that it is a hardened comms node, which is very resistant to outside signals. That's the main reason you're in the shuttle, is because you're basically transmitting it point blank, right?
Mhm.
From its antennas. Yeah, you could physically remove it, you could physically destroy it. You don't know if it's been set to explode or has a bomb in it. You don't know the full inner contents of the attachment. Or it's been bundled in there with the node.
I
But
mean,
you suspect it's a computer with significant power, at the very least, is in there.
one drastic but probably effective option is we rig the shuttle to fly out a bit and then blow itself up. That'll deal with it. We'll be down a shuttle.
Bear in
It won't do
mind,
anything.
you are
Sounds
in
extremely
orbit over a planet that is, you know, like, inhabited and has communication satellites and stuff. People will notice a shuttle exploding in the upper atmosphere, and obviously, like, you know, you have connections and you can pull out the badge, but it will be conspicuous.
Look,
Exactly.
here's the play. We remove the panel of the ship that the node is attached to, and then we try to remotely detonate that. Or, frankly, remove the panel and be done with it.
I mean, I
Yes,
think
it
if
will
we can
render
remove the
our
panel
shuttle
that it's attached to
unusable.
on the ship, we might want to just try to do some examination work on it,
Yeah.
see who put it there, figure some stuff out.
You think about all this stuff, but you go immediately back to trying to keep it under control. Roll me a systems test.
Yeah.
I can't go back out there though. I need rest.
Okay. And
Yay.
with that, Kolger is gonna come up to you, hand you, I guess, what effectively is a space broom, and he's gonna go put on a suit.
I look at the space broom. I'm assuming some sort of vacuum cleaner. Or something.
It's a space broom,
Something
also
2B.
known as a vroom.
God. Yeah, and I grab the 2B machine and I look at it and I put it on the wall and I head to my bunk.
Well, actually, before you go, say like, hey, can also someone like bring me a spacesuit in case some shit happens again?
Yeah, you're gonna need that. Let me grab it for you, and I do get your spacesuit and bring it to you, and maybe I actually go to the med bay.
You bring it to the cargo bay. The door is shut.
Oh, we didn't think of this through.
So
this is more the fact...
Finley is actively keeping whatever this is from boring into Night Blossom. Night Blossom is doing its best to resist it as well, but right now it's doing a lot of other stuff too, and it can't.
Do we have a drop on the ship? I feel like I've already used one this time around.
Oh yeah, I think I not disperse them to Kulger or like mention that in like a document handout.
Yeah, I'm gonna take one.
Yeah, I have some.
No more stress for me. I need a fucking Ambien.
Yeah, so you.
I don't have time for sleep, so I'll take drugs instead.
You take the cotton candy citrus flavor, and cotton candy citrus unicorn flavor drop, and it puts you way down.
All right. Well, with that settled, I think I get my suit back on. I have to do this the old-fashioned way.
Yes. Also, I really hope it doesn't try to space me again because I still do not have a suit. But I understand there's no easy way to get one to me, so I will simply sit here and suffer.
Just keep the doors closed. Torch him if you gotta.
Actually, that's a good point. Do I have the mental capacity / free hand to close the shuttle's door?
You try to make it, and it says door closed, and you look back and the door hasn't closed.
What if I try to open it?
It says door opening.
Then I try to close it again.
Door closed. It's clearly spoofed to believe that the door is just functioning normally, and that's why it didn't close. Because even though you've been suppressing the signal, it's still point blank with you, and it clearly got something in here.
This is a gunship, right? Or is this our koi? This is our koi, never mind.
I broke the hydraulic system to close it. Can I like fix it and try to get it open again? The same way?
Yeah, you can, yes, so you can make it pull apart. You can reverse the magnetic lock. That will get it at least slightly open, and then yoink it out a bit. You could also, if you like go back to another room, like mechanics, reverse the flow and use it, like properly use it, but like manually force it to open. So you have options, yes. I would say no matter what you do, you're gonna have to make a mechanics modifier of 1 test. Because actually, I don't think you have to make a mechanics test. You can make this happen.
I mean, I'll make a mechanics test if you'd like. But I do have every bonus that I mentioned last time. Hello?
Yeah. So
am I making the test or nah?
No, you're not. So you managed to open the door. Finley is backed up, but in this like slightly endangered shuttle. What are you gonna do, Finley? I guess receive a space suit from Blue East when she can give it to you.
Yeah, that would be lovely. And then, do a funny dance where I keep one hand typing while I use the other hand to put the spacesuit on and get that one hand in, and then switch hands over and get the other hand in. It's very humorous. But
Macarena.
Exactly. Aside from that, though, I'd probably just keep on with this thing. Clearly, I can't beat it. All I can do is stop it. So I just need to keep stopping it until someone else is able to deal with it more physically.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. So I'm probably gonna go out and Honestly, I'm gonna initiate my proposal with removing the node because clearly we're not winning this fight over the shuttle until
are?
something's done. Well, until something's done about it, and I don't want the door to. I don't want it to spread to our beautiful ship. So I've got my suit back on, and I'm gonna scooch myself on over towards the airlock and go back out.
All right. So you just re-emerge.
Culver's also gonna get a suit back on too.
All right. Well, I'm probably already out by the time you do, because I was already wearing my suit. I just had to put my helmet on after I take the drop. I assume I have some sort of plasma cutter type John.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and try to remove the panel that it's attached to. Is there? Well, actually, here, let me assess it first. Is there a way to remove the panel without spacing the shuttle?
It has been clamped to a. So.
Yeah, what exactly is it attached to? Do I have to make a test?
It was attached to the top, not the bottom. So the panel, you would be removing an important layer of hull between the cockpit and space, but it is double layered. It's just you'll be into like the roof access of this thing, so it'll be a careful thing. You do really careful to not cut too deep.
Yeah, that's kind of what I thought. All right, so I prep Finley with the announcement that I'm gonna try to remove it from the shuttle, make your job a little easier.
All right.
Now I need you on the other side of this to make sure that you have whatever fixed foam or whatever kind of well, what's our term for the foam? Yeah, glue gun. Yeah, get yourself a glue gun. You may need it in a minute.
Could you get me a glue gun? I can't really get up right now.
Colger will take the time to get him one.
Thank you.
Yeah,
once you have your suit on, you can stand in here with the glue gun at the ready.
Yeah, I mean,
you're probably better at that than I am.
You get the glue gun, the glue applicator. It looks a bit like a vacuum with a clear tube and a nozzle for shooting, and you run down and you go sploosh. You're right. You're there at the ready in case the thing outside goes poorly. The thing outside is a mechanics test modified by the plasma cutter, so modifier 2.
Out of curiosity, what was that 12 dice for?
That was something that happened earlier when Finley was trying to hack.
Oh, okay.
Or rather, counter-hacking.
Yeah.
Alright. So, Blue East.
Alright. What sort of roll is this?
Mechanics modifier 2.
Okay. Let's do it to it. Fuck yeah! Finally,
right.
some luck in my favor.
They twist. You could make sure that you do a minimal amount of exposure with this panel, so it's going to be the easiest to replace possible. Or you could put some like heavy inertia on the plate and send it spinning out into the void.
No, I want to have my hand on the plate.
All right, so you want careful extract. You carefully extract.
Careful extraction.
All right, in space.
Easy fix. Nothing goes wrong.
In space, it is easy to move. Once you get back into the ship, that will be different.
I never said I'm taking it back into the ship.
All right. So you're out in space.
I mean, if it's off now, do I have to actively defend from it still, or is it neutralized?
It has not been neutralized in any
presumably
way. It is self-sustaining within that little box that it came in, and it is just like...
Oh, it's not siphoning power. It's self-battery powered, basically.
Yeah, additionally...
All right.
Additionally...
Colger, build a Faraday cage real quick.
The main reason that you were safe, that you were using the shuttle, was it was so close to it that you could launch a counterattack from its computer. But the further it gets, the less true that is.
Yeah, I mean, I am not removing it from the general area where I have it. I just have removed it from the ship.
So, what? Yeah, I mean, the question becomes, what do you guys do? Because it's slamming itself into the Night Blossom. Night Blossom's mostly held it off, but there's definitely some issues here. And you have the hot potato. Who do you pass it to? What do you do with it?
I think I'm gonna bring it. Colger, how did you get into the shuttle?
I opened the door again.
Okay, so the doors are opened again. All right, then I guess I do take it into the shuttle.
All right.
Out of curiosity, do you come?
I imagine there's no control
Presumably, I
panel
have
or
to go
anything.
into the ship to do it. But
Yeah.
if it's safely blocked, then it shouldn't be an issue.
Wait, so you come in through where?
It's,
All
do you
right,
go
so
into
I'm
the ship,
assuming
into the
that
shuttle?
I'm on the outside of the shuttle, right?
Uh-huh.
I'm assuming that I have to come into our ship in order to pass it back onto the inside of the shuttle.
Unless you wanted to take it in through the hatch.
No.
Because I think everybody in there is wearing a spacesuit now, right?
Ye-
Yep.
Okay, then I'll do that. That's much
You
easier.
secure
and less
everything in the
dangerous.
shuttle. It goes shloop, bloop, come in, and you've got your little node here. You have a node a la mode.
Yes. All right. So I pass the note on to literally anybody but myself, and then I kind of collapse in the corner.
I want to take a look at it. Does it have any sort of access ports or control panels or any obvious way to interface with it?
No, it is a box painted in shapes to appear innocuous on the top of a koi.
All right. Do we have a Faraday cage box lying around somewhere?
No, I don't. I just
Damn it.
have one of those just for fun, or
Nah.
I mean, I feel like we might have a crate for weapons that's shielded against that sort of things to help with scanning.
Maybe.
So yeah, no Faraday cage.
Yeah, fair enough.
Faraday enough.
Yeah, I mean, we have two options: crack it open or torch it. Do we have like an X-ray? Do we have somebody scanning it to see if like
Sure
it's
we
full
do.
of explosives?
Yeah, that
I'm
would
sure we
probably
do,
be pretty
but-
feasible.
Yeah, so you have like
I'm assuming that's with Night Blossom working.
yeah. Well, I mean, so you have like hand scanners that you could deploy. And more or less the fob result is it returns solid.
Solid as
great.
in like.
As in,
So it's
there's
scan
nothing in
proof.
there.
Oh, okay, there's no empty cavity.
That's what the scan, the immediate scan would return. Yeah.
Well, I mean, clearly it isn't.
Yeah, it's definitely not, but that's what the scan would indicate. You could make me a systems test to try and know more. As you have this like hand scan, like boop, boop, boop.
Yeah. I do very mediocre.
Yeah, you managed to account for some of the oddities and how you know it's shaped. There's definitely something in there that is capable of. There's an internal battery and there is a housing for a computer component. And it is coiled around the innards of a hardback node. It is very tamper-proof, intended to be military use, so it is anti-jamming. It's hard to jam the signal, hard to jam the noise, and it's hard to jam in kind. It's hard to, resist the jamming of in kind. You can't imagine that between the functionality of the... So a hardback node on its own can operate for months, right, without being recharged. However, it seems, based on your analysis, like for it to be doing the output that it's doing, you suspect it has to be a quantum computer in there. And based on a rough heat signature, it looks like it is going through its power faster than months, shall we say. So in theory, this thing, unless it's going to go into a sleeping hibernation mode, is going to burn itself out like a candle.
In days? Weeks?
Right now, because you're having to make guesses about how much space you think is devoted to power and how much heat is just like ambiently coming off of the metal. So you would guess...
Can't say for sure.
Days. But
do I have any confidence as to whether or not it's full of explosives?
There is space with questionable... Because of the scan shielding, you can only get a guess at what's in there.
All right, can I make a systems check too after I've slumped in the corner and gotten up?
Yeah, you want to think about it. What are you making the system check to do?
Yeah, I mean my character's actually pretty good at computers, but she's not going to use the tool. She's going to give it a go. And she's
you're pretty good at computers.
She's going to push it.
All right, we're gonna reach.
She always does. Fuck me! And she always does, and it always comes back to bite her in the ass.
She's trying to just like.
Because you said you were lucky, and
she's like running her hands over it as Finley's trying to scan it, and Finley's like trying to scan ranges to see like could there be plastic explosives like in the outside of this designed to fly out, or in the interior designed to destroy the machine and get rid of the evidence, and. Louise thinking about it, and she's like, She rubs her hands all over. She's like, it's warm. Like, yeah, it's warm. And then she winds up like whacking your sensor, and you think for a second like, oh my god, it's about to explode. But it's not. It's just the heat of her hand coming up into the sensor's range, and you take it.
It has some sort of hand-shaped explosive device.
God damn it.
Damn.
All right, I think I know the answer of what to do here. This thing is I'm not confident cracking into it's a good idea. Still give a risk. We should destroy it.
Wait, so you said you're not confident on if this will explode, but we should destroy it?
Well, I mean, what's the other option? Leave it sitting around and have me sitting here constantly backfighting it until it runs out of battery?
Well, how do you plan on destroying it if it's going to explode?
Well, we destroy it not on the ship. We shoot it into the sun. We...
I mean, we could literally just jettison it somewhere else. It'll run out of battery eventually.
I mean, what's the range on this thing? How far away from it would we have to get before we're safe?
I don't think we know that. Oh, man.
I have no better insight, but, if it's too small to be a nuke, or... something extremely damaging.
We wouldn't happen to have one of those spaceborne drones on this ship, would we?
Space what?
Some of the space operating drones.
Considering I had not yet invented them, the Scorpio did not come equipped, and you don't have your cover doesn't involve using them, so you didn't.
That's fair. Okay.
You could reasonably acquire them, but your cover didn't involve them.
Well, I mean, one option is just we're above a planet. We could just drop it on a planet. It'll probably burn up an atmosphere or smash up on impact.
Yeah, again,
I know things will be seen, but that's easy to cover a story. Oh, we dropped a canister by accident. Whoops, our ship is kind of old. I guess it fell off.
But you remember, you say this in a Kogia, top of the line, brand new commune freighter, but yeah.
Okay, maybe not.
Basically, in terms of spaceship years, there's no such thing as an old Kogia. These things only just started getting made in the last 30 years.
Though this is a koi also attached to the Kogia.
Okay, the koi could be old as fuck. It's true.
Yeah, but it is not necessarily the best idea to drop a potential bomb on a planet that, you know, survived the way up here, which involved fire, to be sure.
Yeah, but it didn't involve smashing into a planet, but I can see the point.
Yeah, like
we can't destroy it. I don't think it's a good idea to hack it.
Just send it on a trajectory towards the sun, frankly. Like, we don't need to worry about it after that point.
Actually, the question is, how far away can it still cause us issues? Because if we're going to wait a month for it to travel to the sun,
well, particularly in the way that it... So, okay.
I'm assuming it's a close-range thing.
It is actually a close-range thing. It's a matter of hundreds of meters. So if you jettison this, it will quickly become not your problem. Whether or not it tries to hack anything between you and wherever you have just sent it is another question. And if you do that, like, you know, witnesses, high. Potential for interception, high. Potential somebody else picks this up, tampers with it, and if there is an explosive, gets themselves killed.
Okay. Where's the moon? Is the moon inhabited?
The moon, there are, I believe, 2 moons. One of them has a military base on it where your contact is.
Yeah, we don't want to touch that one. What about the other one?
Let me look at the Far Shore system here and show you your options. So there is Ko and Rai over Styre's Steeple. Those are your options. There's F1 Abaddon. There's
is Abaddon inhabited? Abaddon seems like a great place to throw some mysterious
Abaddon
technology.
is a Jovian kind of style gas giant, right?
No. The gas giant is Vrushinak.
Oh, that's a ways away.
Abaddon is, like a dead rocky expanse.
I mean, Movius is pretty close. It is also definitely a gas giant.
F4, Movius is where you got jumped.
All right.
But the atmosphere is such that if you were to drop it there, it would quickly become occluded, and then it would not survive to the bottom, shall we say?
Yeah, honestly, it's closer than the star of this system. I say we jettison it that way and stop carrying.
I mean, I don't think we jettison. I think we go that way and then jettison it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, we haven't established that we...
I mean, can we go? That's a good question. Can we pilot under these conditions?
Honestly...
We can fly, but we don't know what it's doing.
All right, everybody.
I mean, we know it's
trying
to do something, but we know it isn't doing it right now because it's stopping it.
Can we take like 10 minutes to do a very, very thorough diagnostic of the interior of this thing?
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Can we put it in like the MRI in the med bay?
Because we're clearly considering hours or days of fuckery to resolve this. Let's just take our time, do it right, and don't trip any fucking wires.
This is not Kulger's first time putting a piece of machinery in the MRI.
Basically, I mean, find out the actual MRI because I imagine it's made of metal and there'll be issues.
I think we can literally just resolve this by taking time and not rolling.
Yeah. So you put it So okay, Kulger, you have like a materials bench that you can use to like scan the fine bits of things. You guys did have to ultimately send your shit away to a science ship to get the best possible reading on those beams as a reminder. So it's not like this is the ultimate, most conclusive answer anyone could have ever gotten. But the immediately result, if you throw it in and push a button, is, this is an anomalous material. And it falls outside of the expected, range. And...
expected range of what?
The Night Blossom AI of any of the material it's supposed to be in terms of its frequency hardness and also what it's putting off, and the analysis, Night Blossom basically comes back and says this is a specially modified hardback node, and the alloys used are, consistent with military-grade weaponry and spaceships. This was probably tailor-made by someone.
Is it going to explode?
There are inexplicable cavities inside of it, which seem to contain an incredibly soft substance. There's a short list of what it could be. Plastic
But the answer is probably explosive.
Plastic explosive is the most likely, but Night Blossom's analysis would be this. Night Blossom would say, analysis. The plastic explosives are likely for tamper-proofing. It is probably set to destroy itself, not destroy your ship.
That makes perfect sense.
Alrighty then, let's try to crack this bad boy open.
Yeah, so
Worst case scenario, blows itself up.
Yeah, I would note that if you reach your hand where a plastic explosive charge is, just because the plastic explosive charge isn't pointed at you doesn't mean it couldn't hurt.
I know, that's why I presume we have some of those novelty like claw hand extender things you can get at boardwalks.
I like to imagine Kulger just kind of like walked off with one earlier, and so you have the claw machine, but Kulger tries to use it like as a real like tool, right? It's rigged. It's rigged to not effectively grab things. He keeps going and trying to modify it. Like, why is this claw so suboptimal? But you know, hard to get.
It's actually literally like a single screw to tighten to make them good. They're designed to be very easy to choose exactly how often you want them to pay out.
Very easy to tamper with. I wonder why. But yeah, Scorpio. So okay.
I don't think you need to wonder why. I think it's advertised, but yeah.
Essentially, you guys have this hard back. Let's look back at the Kogia, at the Scorpio. What room are you going to be in your ship tampering with it?
I feel like a cargo bay is the right place because it's big and empty.
Sure.
And wear your spacesuit, please.
Yeah.
Or at least.
I mean, alternatively, we could do this in space.
We could, yes.
You could. I mean,
there would actually be nothing.
If
to
it blew
stop
up, that
the
might raise
explosion.
some eyebrows.
But there will be a lack of oxygen to oxidize the explosion. I mean,
it's not self-oxidizing, probably.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's probably, it's got something in there to be able to go off, even if because it was intended to be in space, right? So it's got something to go off, even if it is fully in space, but it is less likely to singe you if you do it in space.
All right, let's do it in space then.
Okay, you guys just get out on the hull of your ship, and you have.
Well, I'm going to say, especially if the ship is facing the planet and one side, I want to go on the opposite side from the planet.
You walk on the roof. You walk on the roof, and unless somebody has like eyes above you, we're not going to see this. So yeah, you've got your ship, you've got your thingy, and what do Kulger, Blue East, and Finley Rattle Dab Deep do?
Realistically, I'm probably inside the ship at this point, because my character is definitely trying to take a second wind.
Yeah, okay, so Kulger and Finley are here. You've got this box. It's slanted. It's like it's almost like a half rhombus, if that makes sense. Like it comes up to a point and then falls off. But what is it? It's a fucking triangle. Why am I saying a half rhombus?
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm I was trying to grapple with your half rhombus terminology because everywhere I imagined it was just a triangle. And I was thinking like, if it was a triangle, he'd probably just say triangle. So it's got to be something I'm not thinking.
No, it's just a fucking. It's like it's like one of those things where like, it like comes out to a point and then comes down a little bit further away. It's got like the half pyramid sides, like it's beveled in, but basically it's like this little ramp, right? This little ramp that was bolted outside the ship looks like more of the greeble. You've got it. It's got the toy panel on bottom that it was ripped off of, right? Or ripped off with. And that's your situation.
So, based on the scans we did earlier, is there a site that would be most likely not to trigger anything if we cut into it? Just based on like, okay, explosives are there, we don't want to touch those. There was a place that looked like a good spot based on what we saw.
Yes.
Okay, let's cut that in.
So
we have laser cutters of some sort. Might be able to stand a little bit away while doing those.
Based on your initial analysis, they probably needed to leave the antenna area, like the primary transmitter area, as like free of stuff, because if it got jostled around, things could get fucked as possible. So at the peak of the triangle and the center of the mass is actually the best place to cut, based on your analysis.
All right.
I have a plasma torch.
Yeah,
perfect. Can that be used from a few feet away, hypothetically? Or are you willing to tank this?
It's only mechanical things. It won't hurt me too bad.
I was imagining Kulger in World War II London during the Blitz, where he's just walking around during an air raid, and it's like, bombs are just mechanical. They can't hurt me.
Oh no, they can hurt me. Not much. I'm sure we.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So give us that cut.
I have yet to lose a finger as a mechanic, so.
You realize like
That's
guns
fortunate,
are,
given
right?
you have 3 fingers on each hand.
Or having an exoskeleton does help with not losing.
Probably, yeah.
The appendages, the digits. But sorry, Lee. What was the test?
It is a mechanics test. You'll gain it. So okay, this is a very difficult thing to do.
Mm-hmm.
-3. However, you have the torch modifier of +2.
Okay, I have the torch modifier +2, and I'm not breaking something. I also think Gearhead works with this, right? Because Gearhead specifically fix or break a mechanical thing.
So Gearhead is break or fix, right?
Yeah. And this isn't.
You're not doing either.
Technically,
of those
either.
Yeah. You don't gain Gearhead for this.
And can I deal with the multi-tool with the plasma torch?
Yes. Essentially, what you're doing is you're basically holding it like as if though it's like some tongs to steady it. Like you're in space, right? It's gonna move with the last force that touched it. You need to clamp it and have a firm clamp that can help you like use your other arms to manipulate your angle. So you basically use it as if though you had it on a cutting table, but it's because you have your multi-clamping. So yes, you can dual wield it and effectively do this.
So it should be a wash, right? Because it was a -3, and I get +3
it all
between
comes
the
out in
tools.
the wash. Yeah, this is literally a modifier 0 yet again. Let's see that mechanics. That straight mechanics from Colgar. What could go wrong?
Hey,
You're gonna intercede. You could spend these twists to go faster, to go very carefully in case there's a timer after you've done this you don't know. The more careful you are, the more time you may have. You can go fast, reasoning that you get to the meat of this, the faster you're going to be able to do stuff. Gain more information in the process. You have 2 twists to spend.
Combination fast and slow.
I was gonna ask a combination of fast and being safe.
Yeah.
But
You could prioritize speed, but also like making sure that neither you nor Finley are in a position to get hurt.
yeah, I think I'll go for
I would
that.
like not to be blown up. Thank you for your consideration.
As you break in, you can see the putty that is like that shape plastic exposed to, and you realize a bit of an angle towards this hole, and you just like in the moment on the emphasis, you flip your multi to give you a 180-degree rotation so that it's not faced to either you or Finley if it were to like cone out, right? But in the process, you lose your grasp on the multi, which is the level 1 shock that you suffered.
No.
So it's still clamped to this, right? Your multi is still clamped to it, but it's like if this thing is a short table, your hands are all completely on the other side. You grab the bit that you were clamping with just like raw hands, and you've got your torch. You've got the hole down in, and you've carefully done this. You haven't breached anything. You were doing this out of abundance of caution. Finley, you see from your angle that you're at, there's clearly like the heart of the node and its transmitter. You see a quantum computer sparkling with blue light, and you can see like a beige-colored putty that is definitely the plastic explosive.
Nice.
It is embedded with some sort of dark bead. You don't know what the dark beads are or do.
I dislike them.
You make an educated
that's what
guesses,
they are.
But,
Put them in your butt.
I don't think they're big enough.
True.
How big are they, Lee?
Are they big enough?
So anyway, what do you do next, Finley?
I mean, I need to know for other reasons.
They're about the size of like a Mardi Gras bead necklace bead.
Okay, not big enough then.
Amazing.
I mean,
Shin's just like there.
I've missed this so much.
At this point, I would want to try to like get in there and turn it off.
All right, so Colgar, you cut it open. Finley, with his little rasp paws, goes in there. He goes for the reach. Finley, give me a straight systems test to just disarm this shit. You see a central point You see a central. It's like very It's like as analog as electricity gets. It's straight up just like a circuit board, because it is a very simple like this light goes on, explosion happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you see that if you can just sever it here, you'll disconnect everything.
Well, I did it.
All right, you want to gain extra information? You want to do it faster?
I'll gain extra information.
Okay, yeah. As you do so, you see the there's a stamp where if this had been made by like a Rast corporation, it'd be like a Homina Heavy Industries or whatever, and like a barcode. There is like, it's funny. It looks like they printed a barcode, but just a pure rectangle.
Oh, what?
A pure rectangle. Like, there's
Okay.
no slashes between the
Can
barcodes.
I take a look at this under a camera that can see, say, a Newswise range of vision?
You can. I would say, okay, so the immediate scene here is you guys are on the spaceship. You pull out the bomb. You pull out the
Oh yeah, I mean, I probably also want to like.
You don't pull out the bomb. You pull out the You have everything off. You pull out the circuit board, and this thing is, you verify with Light Blossom, completely inert. It is no longer.
Right.
You've shut it down in every way possible. It will not explode. The quantum computer is off. The node is off.
Mm-hmm.
Off in all senses.
All right, yeah. I assume at this point we take it back on board, but I want to look at that definitely Newswise barcode. If I know one thing.
So you look at the barcode. There's no spectrum of light that indicates anything other than just being a perfect rectangle. When you cross-reference this with your knowledge of how these things would normally appear if they were made in the Trinity, there should be a barcode there. A bit more like a QR code and how it's shaped, but like, you know what I mean. Like, it should be a visual signifier of data.
Machine readable ID.
Yeah, a machine readable ID. But what you know is that if you want to print an untraceable, there is a printer debug setting that is the least complicated way to do this. You flip it so that it reads as a test print, and it inks the whole rectangle.
Makes perfect sense.
Interesting. Okay.
And what legitimate uses would... So I think my character, now that this is resolved, is back in the group. What legitimate uses does the Trinity have for C4 of this nature?
Plastic explosives are used in demolitions, in some rare instances, mining,
Construction work,
salvaging,
basically.
construction work, salvaging.
It wouldn't be unreasonable to assume that that Druine has access to extensive amounts of construction work.
The Druine family absolutely has extensive access to all manner of construction materials, and this particular pattern of plastic explosive, this composition is completely within their means. And
See, for not the first time, Finley wishes he was back on the home ships, where you can solve this sort of problem by putting the bomb back together and returning it to center.
yeah,
We're gonna have to be more subtle than that. Thank God we have the
I just
AI.
thought
Or
this.
thank
I
God-
know. I'm the Trinity
we have
now.
the
I can't
AI
say
in our
things
favor.
like, "Yes, let's bomb them." So I just think it.
Thank the stars we have the AI on our side who, presumably documents most of this stuff. I'm going to very pointedly say this. Looks like it's probably of Druine make.
Indeed.
Now, I'm not suggesting we return to sender, but we should probably...
Who would even think that?
we should probably make sure that it's well documented.
Yes.
This was an assassination attempt.
I don't think it was an assassination attempt. I think it was an attempt to breach our systems. Because this bomb is not big
Might
enough
as
to
well
destroy
have
the
been.
ship.
So, is there anything we can determine from the node itself?
It is a hardback node. The technology hasn't changed much since the human empire started making them. This doesn't look old enough to be that old, but
now that I have it taken apart, could I try to access its like computer and see what it was after? I could, and I know it's really, really fast and powerful. What if I took out its like quantum dope processor and swapped in like an old Pentium 2 I had sitting around?
it is a quantum computer. The information is stored in data crystal states of light in the crystal.
Mm-hmm.
So could I
have
take
crystal
that crystal
solid
out
states.
and read it in a computer we have?
Yeah, you could take the crystal out and read it. In like a safe environment. Yeah, I mean, they're not super common because, particularly this one, it looks like it has a bespoke cut, meaning that someone had to tailor the operating system to it. Not an impossible
Jesus.
job, but it means that you have a skilled computer scientist in the Rolodex.
And they have a Rolodex,
It also,
which is even more impressive.
it also probably means they didn't want anybody fucking checking it.
Well, that's why.
Oh, sounds
That's
like
exactly
the
why we
reason
should
to check it.
Yeah, So, alright, that's going to take you a number of hours, Finley. In the intervening time, what do Kulger and Blue East want to do? If you have
That's
anything
a
that you
good
do
question.
until it happens. Kulger, I assume you clean up the cargo bay where you had to breach a line, you replace the pipes and such. With proper time to work, that's not really a skill test, you just kind of get it done.
Mm-hmm. If that's
Frankly, I think
done
we
in-
should move out of this exact area.
probably, but
Yeah,
if
what
that's
were we going to do before all this started?
Well, you were returning to your ship after putting your head in the lion's jaw and faking an appearance as a maintenance crew in Vrajajuin's facility.
Yes, all right. And we didn't find anything conclusive.
You
we got
found...
sussed, and then we were allowed to leave after that.
Yeah, you got sussed. You saw some stuff that... No, you saw some sus stuff, and you got pictures of it from the drone.
But we did get
Oh, yeah.
Bond villain monologue that.
I
What was
vaguely
our mission again?
You're supposed to investigate Vrajajuin, and yes, as Shrike Robin says, Sussy. Abaka, even. Your Vrajajuin, they're supposed to
So
be
are
an
we done?
upstanding member of the community.
I mean, we found some sussy baka. That at least downgrades them from upstanding.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we also
You
more or
confirm
less
that there
figured
are
out-
beams that exist that are hollow in such a way that they will, after being put into major infrastructure projects, begin to fail in 6 to 8 months rather than 60 to 80 years.
And did we not find their workshop where they were making them? Or
you have pictures of where it was happening.
all right, then I
Yes,
think we're
and-
taking this to the to our contact.
Yeah. I think at this point, now that we know we're not being hacked, give them a call.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's probably going to take more than an hour to get to the location of our contact. So while you're doing your analysis,
Well,
of
Don't
the
we
node,
call
I
them?
think
Aren't they on the
we-
military base?
Yeah, you guys haven't landed on the moon to go talk to him personally. You've just been calling him on a secured frequency. Could fly there if you wanted. You are a
Well,
civilian ship.
that might blow our cover. Yeah.
Well, I think
no.
you had to drop it to him, so you've already had the excuse of running a delivery for the military. I mean, but it would be a second appearance,
All right. Yeah.
Now,
Well,
wasn't our whole? Didn't we do a whole elaborate facade for when we made an exchange where it's like we happened to pass by each other? There was something real wild.
let's just give him a call. I'm gonna go ahead and give him a call while we're dillying about.
All right, and Kulger, what are you doing?
If the cleaning and repairs are more or less done, then Kolger's gonna go back to the workshop and work on his stun staves again,
All right.
trying to get that up to
Perfected.
his standards, and or trying to make that a retractable thing,
Ooh.
so it's easier to take out and not be like, hey, I have a fucking battle item
Yeah.
ready to go. Look
Yeah,
at me.
Yeah, give me a mechanics test. Finley, give me a systems test. And Blue East, what are you up to? Are you chilling? Until the call?
I'm making the call and also driving, so...
Yeah,
well, I mean, yeah, I guess I'm probably driving. And,
I'm gonna do the pushy do on it.
I think immediately is the call happening.
Yeah.
Not very much chilling.
Somewhat better.
Yeah, so you're out here. You're driving. You're chilling. You're calling, and you get on Space Skype with your contact, and you send him the information data, and he says, "Damn it, this is extensive information." But this isn't.
Damn straight it is.
This is good enough for the commune. But the Thren Federation has very extensive proceedings, particularly where a member of a major family is concerned. We need to collect them before they realize they've been had. Because the moment they sense that they're going to get caught, they're going to make a run for Thren Federation space. Where even if convicted, they might not show up for trial.
Right.
So we need to grab them now?
We need to catch him in the
There's a bit of a hustle, and they're like, yes. So you need to get all of the information. You've got good information. I think it's enough, but I don't think it's enough to immediately indict them. On every level that we need to, because I think we need to begin moving immediately. If they are distributing that, we need to come up with some excuse to stop putting in the struts and cost, thousands of work hours and delays on major infrastructure projects without an official reason given to the public. That's going to be obvious, but we can't wait. Every single strut that's been put in, hundreds of them,
could fail at any moment,
now needs to be replaced, and we need to put in many orders for replacements. Like, it's negligence at this point to not inform the administrator, the government, and obviously the mother system is aware, but the order is hanging for just a moment.
So we need to hit them before the news hits.
You need to hit them before the news hits, and they're too plugged in. The moment the order comes down, it happens. The mother unit says that the absolute limit on putting in this order is within the next 20 hours.
All right. So every time there's like a time limit on any sort of like cop thing, I'm like, and then you're gonna take my badge and gun.
Yeah.
Mother's always right.
And they're like, well, no, but
I don't
the
see
mother
that.
unit's sending the message. I don't see. All right, so Gira does work for the fix aspect on improving the modifier. I will say yes. Gira apply.
Okay.
Finley.
Mm-hmm.
You examine the crystal. You have one additional twist. You could either get more information about how it was made or where it came from, or you could get additional information that is stored within the crystal, because you're running into some issues, but you're going to get some stuff.
I'm going to try to get as much as stored in the crystal as possible.
Okay. You put it into a magnifier and you shoot it with several beams of light. You have to adjust the reading lasers. Eventually, after running basically a hello world through it, it will ping you back. And it's clear that it is just sending a simple burst of orders to a node that it isn't attached to, so it's spilling out into the void. And it is trying to modulate a series of seemingly benign requests through the mother network that would result in the node that's attached giving lost Pat a connected response. And that could be used instantaneously as a backdoor. The moment that happens, it's supposed to, metaphorically speaking, spike the system so that there is a tap in from outside, and then broadcast a signal giving off the position, disguised as space telemetry data. But it's really hey, here I am ping that anybody who's looking for could find if they knew what to look for. because buried in the data, there is a fourth axis, which of course does not exist in three-dimensional space.
Here's a very dumb idea. That'll bring up to the crew and, our contact as well. We have this thing that's effectively a tracking device. Not other steps, but that's effectively what it's doing.
Well, it's supposed to subvert, open it up, and then send a signal. You don't know what was supposed to happen after that. And the crystal could have a hidden secondary function that comes from reversing the beams. But unfortunately for you, as you're reading it, you were like, damn it, I can get the information, and you realize too late it was cooked with a slight imperfection, just in case you tried to do this, and the crystal cracks.
Those bastards.
Yeah, so that's your level 2 shock. You crack the crystal. Just enough that all of the lights and beams through it are it's junk.
Well,
you save all of the information it put out, and you could copy any of the information it was putting out, but the crystal is now lost to you.
Unfortunate.
Damn.
Yeah,
Well,
I mean,
we got a decent amount of information.
we did. I mean, I think, I presume that part of their plan was, after they know the location, send a group to kill us. And we could use that to bait a trap. But I'm actually not sure that's that great of a plan. But yeah, I mean, overall, our number one goal right now is we need to get him hard, we need to hit him fast.
Frankly, that's not a terrible idea. It
Where
would
are you having this
expose...
meeting? Are you just guys like on the group call?
I imagine we meet up in the.
I'm definitely piloting the ship, or like
Right.
at least in the cockpit.
Bridge.
Yeah. I'll sit
Lost
in the.
Colger.
Oh, whoops.
I don't know where he is.
Colger's done. Yeah, Colger manages to make the stave retractable.
Hey.
You're having a conversation.
Look, your suggestion is not that bad. If we make it seem like we are susceptible to their raid, we could trigger them to attack us, and therefore provide inalienable proof, inarguable proof rather, to the Threatened Federation that they are in fact responsible for some pretty heinous stuff.
I agree with the general concept with two potential issues. One, the crystal's cracked now. Our ability to replicate the signal is limited. Second, even if we can, the bigger issue is the kill squad will probably outgun us.
You say that like we don't have a massive fuck-all laser.
Yeah, but I do say that like we have 4 people on this ship.
We are in orbit, a very well visible planet. The odds that they will come at us guns a-blazing while in orbit, a planet that has people who watch the stars on it, is rare, or is very low.
There is a Trinity military vessel on a moon. There's a Trinity military.
Yeah.
Moon base, and there
They're
are
going
picket
to
ships in the station.
Right.
Okay, so then presumably
Try to be subtle.
so then I'm gonna guess we could give it away and make them think we're weak. But if they're not gonna send a kill squad for the obvious reasons why they wouldn't, you just explained, why presumably there's a step 2 to this that we no longer can find out because the crystal is broken. What that step 2 does was probably the main objective.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Maybe it melts down a reactor. Maybe it uploads our files. Maybe, who knows? Maybe it just turns all the cameras on and broadcasts the people on the ship as a new reality TV show.
No, you're probably right. It was probably intended to blow up a reactor or cause some sort of disguisable accident. I don't think they're going to send people after us if all that we've established to be true is in fact true.
Well,
Druid is a very, very intelligent and dastardly individual. Not to use too light of a term here. They are not going to make themselves any more culpable than they absolutely have to be.
Question.
Well, if they do bring people like a kill squad, I mean, I do have this, and I take out a stun baton, and I do a Percy Jackson, press a button, and it extends out to a staff. I'm like, I've been working on some things. Do we want to start hitting ourselves out?
I mean, we might, because I have an idea.
You've got the gun locker. Remember,
the answer is yes.
There's the hidden behind the ice cream machine. You've got the full suite.
Does Daruna have like a villa?
Have a what?
Daruna the home ship?
Sorry. God, what's the name of the person?
Drueen.
I had the right first couple letters, and then it went from there. Does Drueen have a villa? Or do they live in the terraforming station that we were in earlier?
They have, so you look this up, I'm assuming.
Yeah, I mean, I also assume it's something that we probably would have had in our documents.
There is a Drueen villa that is a not actually inhabited villa, but like a cultural center. But one of the fun facts from their website is, here's where the Drueen villa was supposed to be, and it's an area that's presently flooded with, seas, because the Thren terraforming plan didn't happen. And it looks like Braja spends most of their days at the facility. They do own a nice apartment in one of the cities, where they have another personal residence, but they seem to be in residence at the tower.
Damn it. Because I was kind of hoping they had like an estate off in the hill somewhere that's maybe less guarded than the tower or the facility, and then we could, get in the drop ship, fucking hit them hard and fast before they saw what was coming. I mean, hypothetically, we could hit her hard and fast if we could find out when she's in the apartment.
They are not going there on a regular schedule. So...
Yeah, I mean, we would need to tail them, and that may not even happen the next.
We do not have the time to tail. We do not have the time to gather more information. I have a thought.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of anything other than assault the facility, which is a terrible.
Yeah, here's a thought, and not a great one. What if we spoof the ping?
It's Space Google established.
Yeah, what if we spoof the ping as best we can? Turn off all our spoof the ping as best we can, and then make it look like we blew our reactor. It could be the thing that it was supposed to do, or it could be interpreted as us responding to the ping.
Okay, legit question. How do we fake blowing up a reactor?
We make a very large explosion outside of our ship.
We blow it up and then we fix it.
No, not that.
You know what? That's very, very optimistic of you, Colger, and we appreciate you, the sort of cheery energy you bring to these brainstorming sessions. I always say there's no bad ideas in brainstorming. So I'm not going to say anything else. You have something to say, Blue East?
Yeah, so basically the idea is we make it look like we have been crippled, whether it was intended from the crystal or not.
And then we wait for them to attack us?
Actually, I was thinking we might go to them.
How is that better than just going to them without the charade?
No, getting them to think that they've...
Well, if the ship comes back to them, I presume they'd think that... I don't think they would greet it without like a full-ass fire team pointing guns at it. I don't think this is any more... I think we could, if we want to go in and try to get in there, I think the best plan is we get in the dropship, we go in quiet, we go in hard, we go in fast, and we go in somewhere near to the top, so to speak. But I don't think that's a good plan. But I think it's better than just flying in a fake sabotaged ship. Because then we're going to have to fight our way through the entire facility. Even if they're fooled for a little bit, the second we, cause any sort of ruckus.
It is a pity we don't know what that thing was supposed to do to us.
I mean, even if we did, I'm not sure it's actually gonna avail us of that much.
Mm-hmm. Well, they'll be guarded against tricks, so we can't masquerade again. Frankly, the only thing that I can think of doing is some sort of stealth invasion. We take the gunship down. We
Quick question, Lee. Sorry to interrupt that. What is our they need to put the order in the next 20 hours. Are they asking us to take her down, or are they asking us for a bit more evidence so they can take her down?
So the priority here, right, is evidence, because the more and better evidence you have, the easier it is going to be to not just get the Druids in trouble, but revoke any authority they have surrounding this matter, and make advancements in the terraforming situation in that way.
All right. In that case,
but but if you catch Raja, they think it's gonna happen a lot faster because they have someone to put on trial, like a physical person to put on trial very immediately, in a way that is going to encourage the Druids to cut their losses and run.
All right, I have a plan then. This is a good plan. We go on the dropship. We go in quiet. We go in hard. We go in stealthy. We try as our damnedest to Mission Impossible it to a piece of evidence that is conclusive and damning. We tell our contact to wait for a signal and then send in the strike team. Be ready with it at a certain time.
Mm-hmm.
And then once we have the data, we send the signal. At that point, we just have to not die long enough.
Are we not the strike team that they're sending in?
You are Trinity
Fleet. These hands? These aren't fighting hands.
You are Trinity Fleet intelligence officers, agents, I should say, who.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
totally.
You're expected to do what you have to, and violence might be included.
But we're not the strike team. I mean, we could arrest her once we have, but we need this last bit. That's the first priority. And they're probably going to try to flee after they know they're done for. So that's why we want to have as many guns on our side as nearby as possible for when we have that bit of evidence. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So we get more sticks and we get more people.
Yes, the people with the sticks, and then we'll stick it to them.
Indeed, so you can prepare a strike team. You can let them know, and they'll say, shh, you put a strike team in place, but they'll know something's up if we just hang outside the island. So,
I'd say, because here's the hypothetical idea. We give them the time we go in. We try to estimate at what time we'll have an info. And we say, do a pass by, but try to be at your closest at that time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because you don't have to be right on. Yeah.
So they will load a troop transport with a deniable purpose, send it, and then the peacekeepers and marines will drop in from wherever they happen to be the moment you send the call. That's the current plan.
And I think if they get suspicious, once it's really close, at that point we're already, hopefully, right on top of it. So it's too late, so to speak.
Yeah.
They might figure out what's going on, but hopefully not until it's too late. That's a short version.
Yes.
Any suggestions or ideas?
I would suggest that in addition to all of this, we go ahead and try to send the ping also and pretend that the vessel that we currently are in has been crippled.
I mean, we can. Is that how feasible is that? I'm just asking you, like, what would that involve? How reasonable and possible?
Well, I mean, like, we power it down, essentially. We make it look like, as a response to the ping, what we did was we shut everything down manually, and the ship is dead in the water.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason not to.
I think it would, at the very least, make it seem like we are less in the picture than we are.
Yeah, fair enough.
Okay.
All right, so I think
how
we
are we
have our
doing that?
plan.
All right, and while we were, I mean, they're all thread. That's the problem. I was about to be like, aha, we could come up with costumes based on what we saw when we were there last time. And remember, they're all fucking thread. It's really hard to dress up as a thread when you're, a non-bipedal, four-armed alien or a small otter.
True. I mean, like, I could probably pass as one of their human workers, but also, I was very visible.
Yeah.
I mean,
we
all
could
very
probably
visible.
prosthetic you into a thread if we really tried and put some bell bottoms on
That
you to make the
feels
legs
bad.
less obvious.
For a variety of reasons.
Well, we're spies. To be honest, your weird cultural hangups, we can kind of pass those.
Okay, but also the legs are gonna be a dead giveaway.
I mean, yeah,
These are the
really
gray
baggy
legs.
pants.
You do
Really
have-
baggy pants.
Yeah,
It's the 70s. They're wearing Jinkos.
So what's the? So basically, you guys,
90s. The fuck am I talking about? Sorry.
you guys are considering how you're going to drop into the terraforming facility in the way that is going to cause the least issue.
Yeah.
There
And
is
presumably-
presently,
that we couldn't
there is
access.
presently they have done they began a cultural retreat after your initial maneuvers before you even went there the first time. There's a lot of extra people there now. On the one hand, they have more security. On the other hand,
There's more people, period.
there's more people, there's more air traffic. You could potentially spoof another vehicle and try and get in close and land somewhere lots of people are landing, or just go in right on the terraforming facility itself.
Here's two questions.
I like that.
Could we reasonably get a flight path that doesn't necessarily land right at the terraforming facility, but passes pretty directly overhead? And B, can a shuttle be set to return to home after everyone jumps out of it?
Oh yeah, you could easily
Yeah, we can
have
manually
it.
do
You
that.
could easily have a piece of that, yeah.
Because I figure, knowing from our extensive experience of busting up these sorts of crims, they tend to have a dramatic office with like a big window and their plans are in a drawer in there. And that's usually pretty high up on the structure. So I'm going to guess.
You've been in Raja Juin's Hello, I Am a Bond Villain room.
Yeah,
Have
didn't
we?
you have? Oh no, it was Voltrip's character who had sex in it.
Oh no, that
Oh.
was the security room.
That was the.
That was
yeah.
that was the security camera room.
Yeah, that was a
Wait.
very big thing that happened.
I'm remembering this now. Okay, this is all coming back to me. I'm trying to remember what happened in this campaign and other campaigns. It's all blended together. Okay, so yeah, I think it was a higher up in the facility, right?
Yeah, it had a tree and everything.
Yeah, so if it would be possible for us to literally jump out of the shuttle, freaking a halo jump right up to it, and then like get into the window.
You could attempt to, yeah. I mean, how?
I'm assuming we have some sort of fancy stealth spec ops,
How
jetpacks
based-
or something.
How based are you feeling for this jump?
It wouldn't technically be a base jump because it's off of a flying vehicle. It would just be a parrot jump.
It would be a debased
Yeah, it would be.
jump.
Well, anyway, I don't want to be alone on this island without my ship. So I think the play is we come in hot, we do the dive, and we, instead of having the ship fly back to this to the mothership, we have it land as if it's a tourist vessel.
Yeah, I mean, we would need to use the koi in that case.
No.
They've seen the.
So you're saying it won't be suspicious if a military gunship lands as
There's
a military
no way
dropship
this
lands
is not
to
going to be at least somewhat suspicious. The idea, though, is that we have the...
Pretty fucking suspicious.
Well, I mean, presumably we have the IP reporting that it is something other than a gunship.
Yeah, but once you look at it.
Yes,
Yeah.
but the tower is not necessarily looking at it.
Someone
The
probably
druid
is, though.
tower isn't.
Once it lands, it's probably being looked at.
Yes, by that point we should be inside.
That's a good point. We have it land, but we have to take a minute to get there.
Yeah.
Not a literal minute, but like a metaphorical minute, so that we have time to hopefully kick the shit in before it lands. Because this plan is less about being completely unnoticed and more about not getting noticed until it's too late.
Exactly. The hook's been baited, and now the issue is making sure that the fish catches it before we pull it back all the way in. I don't know. I don't fish.
Also, I'm not even sure I would say we baited a hook. It sounds to me more like we found a hook. We found some bait and we're really hoping it's not hooked.
Right. We're the harpoon. We have to hit the fish before it swims away. Is that
That's
a
better.
metaphor?
There we go. We're the net that is encircling the fish.
Are
so
we
that
a
it
net
cannot
or a
escape.
harpoon? We have to
Colger,
come
how
up with
does
a
Colger feel about this
cohesive
analogy?
metaphor.
Are we food? Are we being hunted?
No, we're the tools.
We're tools. That much I
Yeah,
think
we're a bunch
we
of
have
tools here.
established. We're tools. Wait, that's a bad thing.
What purpose do
Wait,
you
is that
serve
right? I
then?
thought that was a good thing. I remember being called a cute
No,
little
there's a
tool
human saying
tool-
about
tools
by
are
someone
awesome.
I met at a club once.
You know what? I'm just gonna let this go.
Tools are awesome, but what is our purpose? Why?
To perform
mean,
the
I
activity
kinda like-
that
I
is
kinda like-
designated of us.
Climb up on a chair and try to put my arm around
Cool
Colger's
stuff.
shoulder, and I'm like, "What is our purpose?" That is
Oh,
what
we're
one
getting
screaming from the streets.
philosophical now. I should stop. This needs to stop.
No,
we have a
we-
job to do.
We were told to get more information.
Yes.
Indeed.
Physically.
If we go in on our ship, they're gonna see it's us. Because we were just there
we have
with
two
the same
ships.
ship.
You went in to the tower on the koi. You do have the Raptor dropship.
So, because I mean, the Raptor drop is suspicious because it's a Raptor dropship. The koi. is
Yeah, it's
suspicious
kind of
'cause they've
inherently
already seen us in the
suspicious.
koi.
I mean, there are civilian e-armor arms of the dropship, and it is just.
Yeah,
I mean-
and that's what we pretend it was.
It's a good way to move people and cargo around with relative alacrity. So,
All right, fair enough. We go on the dropship then.
the only reason that it is the real reason that it's sus is that you guys took it to the wreck of the dreadnought and engaged in shooting at some of their people with it.
That's a very good point.
So they've encountered you in both of your shuttles. They just.
I mean, in my mind, our koi is presumably pretty generic, and with the maybe a little time painting it or something, we could make it look even less distinctive. At least
we don't
that
have very
one,
much time.
We have
Yeah.
20 hours. I mean, that's not a ton of time, I grant you, but like we could easily spend 5 on prep. Because hopefully once we're in there, it's under an hour. And getting there won't take that long.
Mm.
If it's not under an hour, we're probably all dead. Yeah, just think about that for a minute.
So should I get the ISP ready to start painting?
I still think we should go in the Raptor. This might end in a shootout. Either way, we should.
But
be
we're not
ready.
going to be with the ship.
We can hail the ship if we need an easy out. if we're outmanned, outgunned, and everything goes wrong, I want us to have the raptor on our hands. And we took a chunk out of our.
Yeah, I mean, we could have the raptor fly by, go to a nearby-ish, discreet-ish location to land.
Oh, you're talking about the panel, the koi? That's already back on.
No, you fixed that really quickly, huh?
You made a really good incision on that.
Thank you!
You made a good cut on it. I need to fix my terminology.
That means a lot coming from you, considering your prowess with technology. I greatly appreciate your compliment. Thank you.
Yep, I'm very good with technology.
I still think we should have guns, though. Like, what part of that doesn't?
I mean, I think it's honestly the least big deal of this entire plan. Like, there's a lot of stuff going on in this plan, and this is like the smallest.
Executive call then, Raptor. We're taking the Raptor.
All right.
All right, yeah. So, and there's a document probably long lost to time, but I feel like it might be linked somewhere.
A document?
That,
for
pew, pew.
The ship
pew,
stats.
Yeah, it has all of the fucking guns that are in the gun locker for Scorpio.
Oh yes, that's very important because there's no reason to go in disguise on this one.
You know, we could resolve that now, or we could speak for another like minute and a half.
Yeah, yeah. Just you keep it. What you guys saying is you're shooting up on your way. Pew, as Shrike says.
Yeah. And as someone that has a strong reason to disagree with me, no reason to go in disguise.
No disguises this time. I say as I put on my
armored,
friend helmet,
strapped, and ready to go.
Yeah, I'm definitely decking up, getting my spacesuit on.
Do we have a James Bond license to kill? Is that allowed? Could we go in there shooting?
I do think we have.
The Trinity will hold you accountable for anything you do in its service.
Yeah, stun guns out.
You're not. I mean, like at the end of the day, lots of people are gonna die if this calamity goes off. This is gonna be like a great humanitarian crisis. So.
Yeah, the one potential legal issue I see with shooting everyone is that we can't prove 1,000% that they were the people we should shoot until after we've shot.
Yeah,
so we go in with both lethal and non-lethal methods. We employ the non-lethal methods whenever possible.
Yeah.
Absolutely no reason to kill more people than we absolutely have to. And Druine, we need alive. There has to be a fall person.
Yeah. I mean, Druine, definitely try to get them alive.
In the Scorpio
chat, they need to be alive.
In the Scorpio Discord chat,
gotta get them alive.
You got the stuff.
Okay. Hidden Arsenal.
Indeed.
Yeah, we need to look up the sheets for all of these things to determine what has.
And you know what else you look up? You look up and you see the terminal says back in 10 minutes, 10:40 p.m. Eastern. We will be going in on the drop.
Nice.
Woo! All right.
Break.
See you in 10.
Haley, with the time that we have, how likely can I modify my stun stave to be more towards the Helio Core stun stave, or well, I guess energy stuff?
Kind of pushing the. You've already done quite a bit to modify the device, right?
Yeah.
Think that you are probably pushing what its power supply and frame can do.
What if I upgrade the power supply?
I'm
I
not
don't
saying
know.
that's technically speaking impossible, but those are not weapons that you make at a workbench.
Mm-hmm.
And you've already done so much modification that it's kind of like... It's together pretty solidly, but the time you have, you're not going to be able to make the change.
Okay.
All right, I'm back. Look up these fucking weapons.
So Max, we do have one slight problem with if we do does become a firefight, which it most likely will. We currently don't have our combat officer.
Yeah, you know,
As
that's
a,
how it
like-
goes sometimes.
Last time went pretty well because we had the fuck you laser cannon. Don't really have it this time. But it'd be interesting. See how it goes.
I mean, we have any of the weapons in storage, and the pulse rifles will, you know, kill you good. The pulse carbine, that is. I don't see a pulse. By pulse carbine, does it mean pulse rifle? Because this pulse rifle is there's definitely no pulse carbine question.
Off the top
Well-
of my head, I don't remember.
I mean, I'm looking
I'm
at it right
assuming-
now. I don't think it super matters.
I'm assuming the laser rifle is the one that was the big fuck you thing.
Although there is a pulse carbine listed. There isn't a laser rifle. Oh, yes, it is. It's under heavy. Okay. Sorry. I'm just having trouble reading.
And back.
Welcome back.
Cool.
First question is
Uh-huh.
the the laser rifle. That's the big fuck you laser, right?
That is a big fuck you later. I think, yeah.
And two, what kind of armor do we have? Because I see a bunch of weapons, but no particular armor.
So, armor is what one might call relatively unsubtle. So you don't have a lot of it.
I mean, so is a fucking fuck you laser that did what? It's like base 6 damage or something?
So laser rifle, mod 2, damage 3, AP 10.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's a big fuck you weapon. So, what armor do you guys have right now?
Maintenance rig?
Yeah, like standard city stuff.
I can tell you this. With the time you have, you could assemble a polycarb plate suit if you wanted to, Culger.
You said we don't have like a couple
lockers,
a couple sets of body armor on our lockers? It's crazy.
I mean, you know, I'm not saying that you're totally wrong, but we were on session 4 here. We had many opportunities.
So because it didn't come up until now.
I mean, I have equipped you how I have equipped you. You equipped yourselves how you equipped yourselves.
All right.
I will say this:
if we die, my ghost is suing the Trinity for negligence and supplying us.
I will say this: you could potentially have a suit of clothing that is ballistic weave. Which would
I mean, I probably would have that.
Casual reminder, you can wear your Trinity's standard spacesuit under your armor for 1 additional point of armor.
Yeah, I'll probably end up doing that. Subdue weapons. I mean, definitely we have shock grenades, right? Gotta have shock grenades.
I'm pretty sure you do.
Yeah, we have shock grenades. Okay, good. We have tranq rifles. Anti-mat rifles. I do love an anti-mat rifle. I do love the idea. I might have to equip myself with an anti-material rifle purely because the ludicrousness of like a 4-foot tall otter running around with like a 5-foot long gun. I mean, it's a very dumb gun to bring into a close quarters battle in reality, but luckily this system doesn't model that.
Who knows? But if you're still taking questions, the ISP,
Industrial Service Platform,
it's not meant for combat.
But it works
in past sessions we've used it in combat.
It has stats and everything. It's perfectly usable in combat. It adds to your melee. And it has a special thing where the first damage twist you do does the whole damage stat of the weapon again.
Is there... So instead of spending my time making armor, is there anything I can do and spend my time for the ISP? Or would it be very unlikely to bring the ISP?
I mean, if you're going in... just bear in mind, it is a 2x2. That is, to me, probably your biggest logistical consideration when bringing it.
Yeah, because given that our plan currently is to more or less rappel in through the window.
Well, I was going to say, the next question was, can it fit on the shuttle, like the dropship?
Yeah, it can fit in the dropship, easy. That's not a problem. You can bring it down.
And the bigger issue is getting it around the place.
Once you're within the facility, that's when you run into the problem. But particularly if you intend to come in on the ground and raid the gates, that's gonna. So if you want to get that ready and you want to make some sort of alteration to the CCU, I would say, yeah. So the ISP has 6 armor already. It has a movement speed of 4 meters. If you are willing to demote its movement speed to 3 meters, you could up armor it to 8 armor. You would be using a 3-meter movement speed vehicle.
And for just as a reference, so VR are pretty large.
Yes.
Compared to the ISP, how much larger is the ISP to VR?
You asking like a tabletop, like mechanical gameplay sense? Or you asking like a narrative sense?
Mechanical gameplay sense.
You still inhabit 1 square, despite the fact I have made you slightly larger.
Okay,
The
that's what I wanted to get at.
the ISP, literally, I'll put it here in the cockpit with you, literally inhabits a 2x2 space.
I just don't think we'll be able to get it in the way we want it.
There are 4 total squares of space taken up by this device.
Okay.
But whereas Kulgur is only said to be in this square. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
In D&D
I
terms,
understand.
the
I
ISP
just
is what
wanted
makes
to-
you a large creature. Yeah.
I just wanted to see, like, if we're coming in prepared, let's go in prepared.
No, I mean, if you want to go in well armored, it also has its own pool of 6 hull points that would be damaged before you were.
I mean, yeah, it's a great thing to go in if it didn't require us to make a much more difficult route.
At that point, we can ditch it, maybe?
How do you intend to go in? Is another
I
question.
mean, the plan has been, at least in my mind, and I mentioned this a couple times, to jump out the shuttle as it's passing over. Freaking, like, future version of parachute down. And then try to like land either like on the roof or literally like grab onto the window with like, fancy suction cups. And then get it through the window.
In through the window.
Either that or just land on the roof and go in through the roof, but I feel like...
Relmar is raiding. Greetings from the Quelmar. Welcome, Quelmar. We are discussing how we're going to paradrop onto this facility. Let me remove the break screen. Pat's not back just yet, but playing some Changed Stars, a game the Quelmar Relmar is familiar with. Sorry to cut you off there, Max, but thank you. 18 raiders. Yeah, you're being boarded by 18 raiders. What do you do?
Damn. Lube up, hopefully. Yeah, but I mean, the short version is land as close as possible, either on the roof or even up against the wall of where we were, sat last time. And get in and, secure that one room, and then we're good.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, we could land outside and enter through the front door, but we're going to face a lot more resistance, have a lot more ground to cover.
Kulgur, you know that there is a table vendor huge who helped a lot, by the way, with the spaceship rules that you guys enjoyed in our first encounter, the Shadow over F4. Kulgur, you know that there is a big, like, cargo chute that is, technically speaking, deployable on the ISP. So a paradrop doesn't strictly rule it out. You will need to make an if you want to burst in through the window in a CCU in the industrial service platform, that will be an operate test. And if you fail that operate test, might be some complications.
So my objective with bringing the ISP was shit hits the fan. We call in our dropship to do emergency evac. We have something that will make us tankier if it takes time to board the ship or whatever.
Correct. If somebody gets into it, they now have 6 armor and 6 hull defending them. Yeah.
So that was my goal of bringing that, not particularly to go in with it. I mean, if we could, that'd be great. But
I just don't think we can get it in.
Yeah,
for sure.
But main objective was to, if we need to leave, we have something that will come to us that will make us more tanky, more durable. That being said, we did lose Pat a little bit earlier. Do we know? Oh, we know.
I mean, her camera's here.
back.
She's just
Her
not
cam's
at
back.
it.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, I think to put the plan in brief, and feel free to cut in at any point you want to, Shane. Oh, here's Pat.
Just in time.
Does she have a pie?
Pat, we have received it.
Mm.
Pat, we've been
Pat, do
raided
you have
by
a pie?
the
Is that a whole ass
Kalmar
pie?
A whole ass pie. A whole ass pie.
Oh my god,
mean-
Kelmar, hi. Sorry I'm late, everybody. Yeah,
No,
I
it's
was
cool.
burning this fucking pot pie.
It's
Holy
pie.
shit, we're in space! Oh, another spider! Hello! I'm Spider Queen Long, your Spider JJR26.
Junior, probably.
Hi. One spider to another. It's an absolute pleasure to make your
Pie to the
acquaintance.
zinnia, the spy to the Jew.
Sorry, I hope I wasn't interrupting.
Here
I
you
know
are
I
on the
came in
bridge
hot.
of your
Not at
ship,
all.
and you're going over. You're at the no fighting in the war room table. Okay.
Okay,
The
so imagine we're
holograms are
standing
up,
there, we
you've
have
got
a
the
little
little model.
projection of the facility up, and I'm like,
You
all
see
right,
the
here's
great
plan.
tower of the facility. You see the Druine family emblem in the corner. You see indications of all of the people moving around for the cultural retreat. Yeah.
Yeah, and so, like, I pointed through the highlights, and I'm like, this is our target. The office, the main office of Druine. That's probably where our evidence is going to be. So, the plan is, we come flying over in the dropship. We jump out of the dropship, use either fancy future parachutes or, like, some sort of grav-assist tech. I don't know what's available. To slow our descent and land either on the roof or on the wall outside of this room, depending on what's feasible.
Mhm.
If we're on the wall outside of this room, we enter through wall/window. If we're on the roof, we just rush down and get into the room because it's not that far down. Then, once in the room, we secure it, we guard the door, and we find the evidence. Once we have the evidence, we call for backup, and then just don't die until the backup gets here. If the plan goes wrong, well, I don't like to plan for if the plan goes wrong, because that's accepting defeat into your heart before you've even met the enemy.
If the plan goes wrong, that's why we brought the raptor.
Yes, and the raptor, meanwhile, after we jump, will go and, hide itself away in a nearby discreet location to be recalled.
Yeah.
Indeed. I'll make sure that it's readily available for our purposes, but discreetly away. Some cozy middle ground. The tourist area, probably.
Indeed. Well, by all means, equip yourselves. I said earlier, Pat, I don't know if you heard, you can consider your clothing to be ballistic weave. If you consider yourself to have a pair of ballistic weave, if you were to put ballistic weave on over a trained standard spacesuit, that'd be 4 armor total. And yeah.
So, do Veer wear clothing?
If they want to.
You can wear some.
Some of them do.
Got-
There was a whole thing with like sashes and capes back on the homeworld that indicated rank within the military.
You got like
Please
a
tell me that
ballistic
Coulter
weave
wears like a
sash.
dope dueling cape. Oh, I love those.
You
They
got
definitely had capes and sashes.
everyone
that
else
much I
ballistic
100%
weave.
have
It's like a
already
full
canonized.
like 3-piece suit. Yours is like, hey, I got the stash. I can see.
Like, I
Coulter
just
doing
imagine like everyone's wearing full Gambison, and I'm like, I got a headband.
it. Hey,
All right.
it's plus 2 AC, guys. It's plus 2 AC all the same.
And Kolger will bring up the idea of we can bring the ISP onto the dropship, and if shit hits the fan, we could use that while we're escaping or defending ourselves.
I don't know if we can get that in via our, because there's going to be doors. There's going to be, well, if we go in through a window, I don't think it's going to fit through a window. There's going to be a lot of doorways if we go in through the roof. It doesn't fit through doorways.
Yeah, but Bluey said she could call the dropship. I'm assuming you have to get to the dropship for it to be useful to begin with.
I mean, yeah, but once we're at the dropship, we just leave.
Are you going to object
Maybe?
to Kulger bringing the ISP aboard? It is not going to
Yeah,
impede-
kind of.
Okay, it's not going to impede the flight motion at all, but you can. I mean, what do you guys like? It's basically go time, and you know that time is of the essence. You have to spend hours getting into position. So do your allies. You want to have do a close flight call. Like this is decision time.
I mean, yeah, you can take it. I just don't think it's going to be useful.
Maybe not. But if we're gonna be prepared, let's be prepared.
So, you find yourselves loading into your Raptor dropship. And
Oh yeah, baby. Now this is something I like.
indeed.
Boy, you know, she's a beauty, a classic. This, she goes fast.
You could even call it real pod race. No. Okay, so you guys
Mama like a lot.
yeah, you guys come in over Steyr Steeple.
Want me to do a smooth operating check?
Yeah, so it's night, and you're coming in hard. There is enough terrain around the terraforming facility and enough ambient traffic.
Wait, before we go all the way in, based on our knowledge of equipment and such, is it better to land on the roof or land on the wall?
You think that if you were just gonna go for the base jump, so there's not a great window in the room you're trying to get into. Think that going in through the roof could be more fighting, but less likely to fuck up. Hello, Kid.
Hey, we got another raid.
Too. You think that going for the wall, as long as you all stick the landing on the wall, is going to be better for you.
I mean, how confident are you in your landing sticking abilities? I know you, Blue East. You always stick the landing on those landing pads. Cole, you got so many arms. You got this, right?
Yeah.
I think we can land. I definitely believe that in my heart of hearts.
Fly in over Quater Coda. You see the dome peeled outwards. You see the massive walls and the waves, the new struts still being lowered into them by the masses of koi, dropping beam after beam. You know of the micro tampering that will leave all of them a massive risk to be replaced. These ailing seawalls, so carefully set up to fail. All part of Rajajuin's grand and twisted plan for the legacy of this world. You fly in towards their base. There is the ruined dreadnought, where you first found the tampered pieces below you. Come upon the terraforming facility. Maraudimorph plant life. Thick. And teeming now with it. Give me that operate test. I think it's like a modifier 1. You angle the craft in tight. It is a rough ride. You have it programmed to come back for you. You more or less just bring it where it needs to go. You start to get pings and you start to get hails. And you definitely see multiple crafts diverting to match your course, but at this point in time, you don't really give a shit. The target is below you. The bay door is behind you. And it's time to make the hop. And just to clarify, Culver, you did not bring the ISP aboard, right?
No, then. I would leave it behind.
Okay. You guys make the jump?
Yes.
Alright, you come in flying. You see the facility entrance far below you. As people look up as if they're saying, hey, what the fuck is that?
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's some assholes.
Yep. And you see, a truck dropping off goods. You see all sorts of people going for their weapons, looking up towards you, and you go for the hop. So this is going to be a maneuver test. If you have a maintenance rig equipped, you will gain its positive maneuver modifier because it is designed for interacting with such ropes as the quick rappel. Thank you for the Waterly, Robin.
All right, and the positive modifier for it is
1. Although bear in mind, you could not be wearing both a maintenance rig and ballistic weave clothing.
how much armor does a ballistic weave add?
Each one more than the maintenance rig has. Repel.
I'll probably go with the maintenance rig, I'm going to be honest.
Alright, so... And you are going for the roof, yeah?
No, I think we're going for the
The
side.
wall. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, you're coming in. There's, again, not a great window on this level, but you do think that you can blow your way in. What weapons have you brought?
I'm packing an anti-material rifle, stun grenades, trank rifle, not bow. Whoops.
Very nice.
Probably also a stun gun, and if we're going in the side as our plan, plastic explosives, baby, or some other sort of explosive.
Yeah,
I gotta double check
so
what we have.
who's planting the comp G? I'm assuming you have a charge shaped.
Yeah. Would there be any role involved with planting it?
I probably would have been the one designated to do that, considering
Alright.
I figured at least I would make this landing.
Yeah, so...
Damn. And Colger doesn't like guns, so he's got a stun baton, his custom stun stave, and the regular stun stave.
Alright, you swing in, you fast rope in, you climb out of the wall, and you go for the, generally speaking, central office, and a hole is shortly thereafter blown, ripping apart. No, it's a two-handed weapon.
But I have 4 hands.
I know you do, but 2 of
I
them
know.
are back of it, and like a lot weaker.
I thought I'd ask.
So you blow bits of computer and wall apart with your breach, and you immediately pop in next to a war dancer who, having used explosively breach your way in, strikes a fighting stance. You also hear
Jump into conclusions.
commotion in the northern room. What are you guys doing immediately? There's a console here that seems like maybe a personal console. To the north, you see the room that you had the meeting in. No, it is not. It's not Bardic.
Amazing.
I mean,
amazing.
I assume the immediate response
a
is
new-
shoot the war dancer.
My immediate response is to ask if we're on the right map.
That's a good point.
You're on the map that has
You were
the
not.
front.
Yeah, you go from the front, you slap the explosives on, you blow in the side, and you pile in.
Boom, baby.
And there's a war dancer right there. I mean, I presume I would shoot them probably with the trank rifle.
All right, pop the shot.
Would be my first move. I don't want to die, and they're right there, and it's just not the sort of thing. I need to put the thing on my sheet.
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'll just put in the basic just bit of it so it doesn't take too long. 2, 1, trank. Rolling it. All right.
Okay. I'm assuming that has no AP. Yeah, it has no AP because you're firing an LTL.
There are no good subdue weapons, and
All right, and
I would really like to shoot this person with anti-material rifle.
so you're just popping the trank tube on them. That's it, right?
I mean, yeah, that would
Okay.
presumably be, I mean, like,
They're pricked with a dart. They don't seem to be having a great time. They've been taken completely by surprise. Blue East and Culger, what are you two doing?
shoot them more.
What are the stats of the pulse carbine? I'm not going to use it. I'm probably going to trank dart also. But,
The pulse carbine is.
Bear in mind, you can have less. You can have darts in the pulse carbine. You can take the less than lethal weapon, less than lethal
Yeah.
ammo, but it gives
What?
up the AP.
I didn't
Alright.
know this.
Yeah,
it
then
was,
that-
it was
alright.
explicitly listed in the.
Stats.
Yeah, I didn't understand that. Okay, well,
Is that
I'm
a...
fine.
what-
Okay,
yeah,
so
what-
Oh, it's mod 2 damage 3.
Yeah, mod 2 damage 3.
Okay, that's what I'm
full
using.
auto.
AP 4 full auto, yeah.
AP4,
Well,
but
Are
also...
there
we're not-
less than lethal rounds available for the anti-material rifle?
That's a good question, isn't it? Because it's an anti-material.
I mean, realistically, no.
I
Regardless of what you put in the bullet of a round going out,
it's gonna blow them apart.
It's putting a hole
gonna
the size of a dinner plate.
Yeah, no, it's gonna fucking open them up like with a splat. Yeah. Do you manage to just barely prick this war dancer? Are you gonna push that at all? You're gonna reach that?
Yeah, I'm gonna push it, I guess.
All right, reroll your
that never goes super fucking poorly for me.
Yay!
-1 because I got 1 success.
And then +1. Yeah.
Woo! Baby!
There we go.
You want to pump that all into damage?
Mama, yeah.
Okay, so 3 for the basic hit. A further 4. Are you fucking kidding me? Up at 1 gaming as you spray him with darts, but he's still standing Kulger.
Bruh.
This guy's on his last leg. What are you gonna do?
It's the time. It's time.
Yeah, I'm just gonna rush forward and pop him with a stun stave.
Pop it.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, they see the 2 operatives, the little Rast operative, the human operative, shooting them with the darts. Like, oh no, I must be swift, and you just hop in there via big stun save, bonk.
So
Seal the door.
with the Veer's dual wielding ability, can I use a small single-handed stun baton along with the bigger stun stave, or no?
I'm pretty sure dual wielding is intended for one-handed weapons in both hands.
Okay.
I know you have 4 arms, but it's a little complicated
Yeah,
in
no.
terms of their use.
All right. Wow.
You swing,
Push it.
a swing, a miss,
Push
a
it.
swing, an edge, a reach. Hello.
Okay.
The War Dancer attempts to. I'm gonna say they're not gonna get to react.
I don't think we
because
took
you're
this one
moving
by
too
surprise.
fast. They're holding 1 on the armor. You bop them, right?
Yeah.
Here's the thing. They do get an endurance test because it's a subdual weapon, but for every damage past putting them down, they're taking a negative modifier. They're now going to make an endurance test at a -4 modifier to try and stay standing.
Okay, I like this. This is a good system.
They do not succeed. They are lights out. Boing.
And for one of my successes, can I try to do this quietly so it's not just a body hitting the floor?
I mean, they know we're here.
They heard the explosion, and
that's
there's
true, that's
windows in
fair.
the door to the north. But yeah, you gently thud him such that his skull doesn't, make too loud of a whip crack off on the edge of this nice
Like, Kulger.
coral-inspired desk.
You gotta do the police brutality to him.
Yeah. So.
But we're not trying to kill these people, right?
I mean, if we were trying to kill these people, we wouldn't be using these stun weapons. But if they happen to fall, I like.
So that's what happens. The facility is rocked. In the immediate aftermath, you see a computer that has been slightly damaged is now flickering. A big 3D display. Doors to your west, which you know from Jivska's amorous adventures, is like the security camera room. Door to the east, you don't know what's over there, but you know there's some sort of lab stuff somewhere on this floor. To the north, there's a nice, aquarium, a nice natural, pruned and grown tree table the Druids have tended for generations. And, yeah.
Super fucking cool.
It is.
Okay. I mean, Finley would want to take a look at the computer, but he would shout, "Someone seal that door."
Okay, so you want to try and go for the flickering computer and yell for somebody to try and take care of the door. Culver, you want to try and take care of the door?
Yep. I'm on it.
Alright. And Blue East, what are you doing?
Alright, you're on the computer, you're at the door. I think I'm providing suppressing fire! Oh god, that's a lot of people in here.
You come and you look through the window and you see not only there's some people in here, there's a Thorn sentry that's beginning to turn towards you.
Okay,
Brilliant.
that
I can
one
use
gets
the
the pulse.
anti-material rifle.
That one gets the non-lethal rounds. Can I switch mid-combat to lethal?
Yeah, you can take... What you can do here is you're looking through a window, right? You're looking through
Yeah.
a sealed window in a door. You see the Thorn Sentry turning towards you, which you're right, without an electrical base for your LTL, you're not going to damage it with darts, right? It's a big old robot.
you can spend your action reloading and slop in.
Oh yeah, I'm a
rounds.
slop on that nod. You know.
Faceless Imperial Standard. Yeah, in the ballistic jelly they go. You have your bullets ready to be electrically accelerated down the rail.
My ancestors are smiling on me. That's not a good thing. I certainly hope you can't say the same.
All right, well, it's initiative at this point, Dreamers. But before we roll initiative, I want one systems test from Finley. Finley, -2 modifier before any of your other stuff, which you can imagine what tools apply because, you know, a bit of this computer just got blown up. And and I would like a mechanics test from Kulger modified by his plasma torch because he's trying to, you know, seal this door. Well,
Just the plasma torch?
I don't think that another tool is going to help you weld it shut.
Okay.
I think I'm just you said -2 after before all modifiers.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, to be fair, I don't know a lot about the art and craft of welding.
Are you fucking kidding me?
So I could be very wrong here.
Well, I did a bad job with the computer, guys.
I did a good
If it
job.
makes
with
any
mine.
difference, I suck.
Yeah, so you hit,
Oh yeah, initiative, that's a thing.
okay, this is
Oh wait, did I not roll initiative? Fuck me. I'm a dumbass. That's been my consistent thing this game, not rolling initiative.
That's my consistent thing every game.
Oh God, Blue East has got it going on.
Vrajadruin.
Blue East has got it going on.
And what would Vrajadruin do when they, after having a sussy meeting, hear an explosion coming from the direction of their office? Pondersome.
What would they do?
I wonder who might be around to be in a lift right about now. So
Yeah, that's kind of a given.
So after somebody gets called to this floor... Oh, wait, no, hold on. You go before. What am I talking about? Blue East, you're initiative 16. What are you doing?
I'm fire my lasers!
So this door is closed and presently being welded shut by Kulger. Do you want to shoot out the glass on this door to, like... Because this isn't, like... It's, like, you know, like, nice Thren via, like, door glass. It's not bulletproof. Do you want to just shoot that shit out to shoot at the Thorn Sentry?
Yeah, I think that's... I think I'd bash it with the butt of my gun and then stick the gun in between where the glass once was.
Sure.
I'm not making
I
a
mean,
move this turn.
I will point out
so,
that bullets will go through glass just fine. You probably don't need to do the butt shatter thing, but I appreciate.
Give me a melee test to show me how cinematically you butt shatter the glass.
Okay.
Does the
provided
light
this
play off the shards of glass as they fly past?
Well,
the
we're gonna have to see the cinematic.
Provided
quality.
this is cinematic, can I get a bonus of 1 because my character is wearing her shades?
Yes, this is absolute because of the shades. Yeah, the shades have it, as you see. You know, you're not exactly impressing the Johnny Woo aficionado, but there's a passable splatter and there's a few different camera cuts, and you can see the shine on them. It's a slow-mo moment. But
Nice.
yeah, you shoot your fucking gun. You make me your attack roll.
All right, now this one's gonna be fucking horrible. Let's hope this works. Oh wait, shit! I did that. No, I did that wrong. Ah, there was supposed to be a +2. Let me do that. Roll 2d6. Yeah, maybe this will do. God damn it! I'm gonna push that.
You reach it. You
Or-
reach it.
Reach it. Reach it. Reach it. Yeah.
You're edging. You're edging. You're on the edge. You're on the edge.
And... Holy shit.
Hey,
Okay,
That's way better.
you strike the Thorn Sentry's dead center of mass. You manage to avoid shooting the aquarium glass walls right next to it. And
That'd be unpleasant.
your AP cuts through most of their innate armor. Yeah, so I'm assuming that you want to dump everything to
All damage.
All
Holy
damage.
shit.
All damage. Down here at Bob's Warehouse and Damage Emporium, all damage all the time.
You bloody it. Bits go flying. There is metal shrapnel bouncing against the aquarium walls. Electricity coming from its exgorged ripped bits as you just pulse carbine fire through the hole, and the worker Aj is like, ah! And hops behind, and the Sword Dancer leaps to action. That's your turn. You bash, you shot. The Thorn Sentry, pretty fucked up, is going to, just make a can, responding to threat, and is going to try and fire its twin-linked BR cannons at you.
Really hoping they don't hit.
You have really good cover because you're behind this door, right?
Here's the thing.
So you're gonna add 4 armor to this armor roll you're gonna make. They go ahead and full auto this. I don't think they actually take a negative modifier from that. So
crazy how these things were invented to kill my ancestors, and I don't like my ancestors, but here I am killing one anyway.
Look at it this way.
It's like poetry, it rhymes.
It's like poetry, it rhymes. It's backwards. It's like backwards poetry, that kind of thing.
Yeah. Okay, so first of all, roll me your armor with a positive modifier of 4.
Okay. And what's the modifier for wearing ballistic weave?
That's a 3. So if you're wearing ballistic weave and a Trinity standard space underneath, that's 4 armor.
Yeah, that's
so
what I thought.
You'll be rolling
okay.
8 dice overall.
Well,
ignore the AP3 because they're not firing lethal rounds. So okay, you take the first hit off on the armor, but you still get hit. Make me a resolve test. You're being suppressed by the full auto fire as 2 twin link guns go and just like a spray of trank darts come flying towards you, shattering out some of the already broken glass. Yeah.
She's a glass cannon, this one. Her mind is woof.
You are suppressed, you're down in cover, you're having a bad time, and you are, generally speaking, going to continue to have a bad time at the moment. And yeah, the Thorn Sentry is probably going to step towards the center of the room. In terms of Raja Dween's turn, Raja Dween does 2 things. 1, calls in Bright Wide Foam, who is en route. At this time. 2, presses a button, and you hear a as something rolls out from a hidden position in the room beyond. Oh, right. It has 4 Tase turrets embedded in the roof that have just dropped down. So,
very fun, very cool.
Yeah, it's Bright Wide Foam's turn. Bright Wide Foam acts. In Kulgar, as you're sealing the door, you might be vaguely aware of the fact that the door's in the far end of the room. Maybe there's additional windows. You probably don't see it, but yeah, somebody's definitely moving somewhere. And yeah, Kulgar, so you got a success on this, right?
I got 2 successes and one stress.
Okay. At the beginning of your turn, you finish sealing this door. However, Blue East is like very clearly losing her shit, and you are beginning to realize that there are a lot of enemies, and it's going to take a while for the people to get here, even when you call them in. And you're feeling rather naked without your ISP. And you and Blue East trade like a really oh fuck look, and you both give each other an edge. You both go up by 1 edge. All right, Kulgar, what do you want to do in your turn?
Mutual edging.
And for one thing, with my extra success, can I purposely put a weak point on one of the sides so that if and when the door breaks, it doesn't open in the center, but one side will only open?
Yeah, I'd say you do deliberately like weld a bit of the inside of the door shut, so if the center gets fixed or broken down, it'll be the other door. Yeah. And I'm assuming you're making sure your side won't close properly, right?
No, I'm gonna make Bluey's sides not close properly.
Alright, so you're like crouching, going under as she's shooting, and then cowering. Sparks are flying on her shoulders. She's like, ah!
After that, I'm gonna start spending repair parts to. Oh man, should I reinforce the door or close up one of the holes?
Reinforce the door. You've been playing too much Zomboid.
I mean, maybe you should shoot the enemy.
Yes. With me and my stun batons and stun saves, I will shoot the enemy.
Or check this door.
Oh, those two are doors?
Yeah, those are doors.
Yeah, those are doors.
Oh, I thought those were more cabinets.
No, those are doors to other rooms. You know that this door leads to the security camera room, and you know that this. You don't know where this door leads, but you know that somewhere on this level there's lab stuff.
Yeah. Just to clarify, if someone shoots through these like portal holes, is there any way any of them would hit the computer or my Rast friend?
Computer's already fucked, man.
I mean, if they were right up on it, it wouldn't be the hardest thing to shoot. The main reason that the enemy could target Blue East is she had her gun through the window shooting back.
Yeah.
These are small holes.
Okay. I am going to pass Blue East a drop and an adrenaline.
Okay, bear in mind, Pat, this will count as, this has been within the 10-hour shift. This will count as a use within consecutive, and you'll suffer the consequences for having too much drop. No, I don't have the time to look those up right now. You have to do it yourself. Sorry.
Brilliant. All right, fine. Can you give me a hint as to where they might be?
Drugs.
Okay.
But yeah, I give you one adrenaline and one drop. One gets rid of your edge with penalties because you've been using them recently. The other one gives back your stamina to full, I believe. But this also
I don't think I've gotten hit yet.
No.
Oh, you're just handing these to me.
Yes.
Okay.
Because I'm leaving your side and you're mostly going to get hit. Also, on my screen, it says you don't have any stamina.
It's
there we go.
I don't have the stamina bar linked to her token for some reason. Anyway, fixed.
So, was that a side action, a main action?
You had to whip the shit out and hand it to her. That was a side action.
Okay. And then I'm gonna come over to this door. I guess I'll just open it and see what's on the other side.
All right, so the door, it does not just automatically open at the moment. It goes boop, boop, when you press it.
Okay. I turn around and go, Finley, are we closing all doors or are we exploring?
Well, I think this computer's fucked, so maybe there's something useful in that next room.
Okay. Time to weld. I'm gonna pull up my.
Also, do I know if this computer's fucked or no? I failed my roll. Like, are we waiting for my turn to resolve?
Yeah, I know what's gonna happen on your turn.
Okay.
Also, I've been using the plasma source and not rolling fuel. Should I just roll like a couple fuels to make up for it?
Yeah, roll like 2 of them.
So.
You want to cut, and you're trying to cut through this door, right?
Yeah.
Give me that mechanics test.
So if I remember correctly, that means I've lost 2 fuel. Did not lose any fuel. Did not lose any fuel. Didn't lose any fuel. Okay.
Oh, no, you're trying to not get the ones, so you lost.
Also, doesn't
fuel
any
through-
amount of
I
ones
thought
just lose you one?
Any amount of ones loses you a single unless it's diminishing. Yeah. So you're down 3 fuel.
Okay.
Now make me your mechanics test. As you're burning hot through this plasma, through this this oxygen, you're like.
Does Gearhead work or nah?
Yeah. Breaking.
Hey.
That's a super twist. You want to automatically get one success on the next test of the exact same type, or do you want to do something else to this?
No, I think I'll do a +1 to the next one.
Yeah, you sear through the door with ease. It clunks charred metal to the ground. Somebody cries out, "Ah!" as they see that you are cutting in hard and fast. The biologist and technician throw up their hands, and they're like, "Please."
It's a spicy looking room too.
And they don't get much off. Finley, the start of your turn, your level 2 shock was you slammed a button, and you started calling someone. And you look up, and you realize you called a number called myself from the terminal's like contact menu. And you see Viraj Adween's face, and they say, "Why, hello there. It should seem my little house guests from earlier have come home. Did my housewarming gift find
I just hang up on her. I just hang up on her. I don't have time for this shit. I just hang up immediately.
you hit the button, but the screen is cracked there.
Well,
you cannot hang up on
the screen
them.
a bit. Okay, I don't have time to deal with this bullshit. This is the middle of a mission. So I just I'm gonna go into the other room. There's shit going on in there.
All right. So
I'm gonna shoulder my anti-material rifle, walk into this room, and say, "Hello, give us information," and just kind of brandish an anti-material rifle. These are technicians and biologists. I don't think they're gonna fight back too much.
Give me a communicate test.
Communicate.
Yeah. You communicate your point very well. Communicate your point very well because you're really lean. What do you spend the extra twist on? More information or like being more scary to them, generally speaking?
I think I want more information. That's the entire point of this mission.
Okay.
Yeah.
They sputter and the biologist is like, I just work here. we just work here on the life. We know that there's gonna be room to grow on the vineyard soon. I'm just getting ready for that stage. And the technician goes, yeah, I mean, we designed the struts to do what they're doing, but we're working on the replacement. And
that sounds like testimony evidence to me at the time. Can I call them in?
And here's the thing: the reason you intimidate them so well is with that level 2. You're not practicing good trigger discipline. You're brandishing your anti-material rifle. You pull the trigger. Boom! You practice it force to the floor as you just pump a fucking hole through the room, and you see a little hole going up to the hangar where your ship was landed, and like the anti-material round went to the fucking rafters above your shuttle. So you just shot a hole through the fucking ceiling, like, no, please, I'll tell you everything. And you've coerced some testimony. I mean, they've given you indication of what's happening in this room by context, but that's not gonna stand up in court if they said it when they were gonna get shot. That's what you do.
Yeah, they're fucking Trinity with all their dumb laws. Oh, you can't coerce confessions under threats of violence. My God, how do they get anything done?
Amazing. Trying to be a place to live is tiring. So some doors are sliding open and shut in the distance. You might briefly, although you are suppressed, gaze through and seen.
You're right, Lurb.
Duthaka is running into, and they've got conflicted feelings because they were definitely getting busy with your pal earlier, but they got a job to do right now, and that is to bring the house they serve back to its rightful place.
Oh shit, they're a true believer. I was really hoping they were work a day at like Rent-A-Cop that was way too high in this organization for some reason, and we can just be like, is it really worth dying over?
So
I mean, these are all monsters.
You hear a lot of rushing. The war dancers are making their move. Wow, Blue East, I see you're already beginning to cognitively dissonance the personhood of the Thren. That's crazy. I wonder where you get that. Anyway, it's Blue East.
Yeah, even Finley, who almost shot some just for not answering your question quickly enough, wouldn't not consider them people.
You had the gun pointed.
People worth killing.
You had the gun pointed at the ceiling, didn't you?
I mean, ethically, I'm not saying they're not people.
It's your turn. It's your turn. You're
I'm gonna be honestly, this might be a bad thing to admit.
Anyways, I'm pinned down. I'm not saying any of this.
I was imagining when I said brandishing the gun, prop to do an example. Probably something
0
more
points
like
for me
this.
role playing.
Okay, yeah. You actually fumble and shoot into the roof, but you easily could have blown through a server farm. Yeah.
Okay. So what happens is effectively I like lose my grip because it's so heavy and I'm a tiny ras. And I go like, ah! Alright,
Yeah.
now that we have it all
So you
worked
are
out, I'm
presently
glad
suppressed.
this came of handy.
For those of you who are uninitiated, what happens is you have to make a resolve test, and on a success you gain 1 edge. And if you twisted, then you can remove the edge impact. On a failure, you suffer level 1 shock. So you're already suppressed, and on your next turn you may not expose yourself any further. The source of danger without testing your resolve is a side action. So do you want... So for you to poke your head through that hole, you'd have to pass a resolve test as a side action, Blue Beast. But as long as you don't expose yourself to the source of... Okay.
Can I push that?
You can, yeah, you can reach it. You can
that?
reach it. You can reach it. You can go up. It's a 5 edge.
Nice.
You are willing to. You feel like you're fumbling with stuff, right? And something hits the ground and scatters. Out the corner of your head, you see a magazine that has gone over here. As you realize, that's where the dart rounds you had near to hand have gone, and you presently have lethals. You're looking back through the hole, you still see the Thorn Sentry. What do you do?
That's the only thing that I'm caring about at the moment. I'll
Give me
grab the
that shot.
lethals when I need them.
Give me that shot.
This Thorn will kill us if we don't act quickly, or it'll knock us out, and that's just about the same at this point.
Alright, yeah, so you put the pulse gun, pulse carbine fired downrange, the electrical cooking off the little metal rounds that riddle your foe. You pump it all damage, I'm assuming.
Is there any chance I could use... Yeah, no, I think those turrets aren't even remotely reasonable to
You need
knock
to full
the
auto
sentry
spread
into.
as well. Yeah, 3,
Yeah.
4, okay, yeah. Roll me, yeah, you definitely seem to have fucked up the Thorn Sentry. It looks like it's practically destroyed. You dip it down. Roll me the D6 on its break table.
Alright, let's see how bad it's broken. Because these are, synths. For Sims, they're, not down when they die.
Short circuit. It's taking a -3 to all tests for the next 2 turns. It's got circuits fried, but it's not dead at the moment, so to speak. It's just fucked up a bit.
Yeah.
So that's Bluey's turn. You want to use any movement, or are you holding where you are? There's also, it's worth noting, gun racks here that have like BRs and less than lethal rounds. If you wanted to start grabbing those.
I'm gonna grab.
Well, you don't
I'm
have the
gonna go
action
ahead
to grab it this turn, but like just so you know.
Yeah, alright, cool. I'm gonna keep that in mind.
You have a better
actually,
gun
I'm gonna,
on you right now, so...
Yeah. But if I need to do non-lethal, I'll be able to pop that. I'm gonna duck, though, I guess.
You duck. The Thorn
Crouch.
Sentry approaches, and you hear crackling of electricity, right? As there are distant sounds of people rushing, fire, wind, earth, fire, explosions, take some shots, somebody cries out.
Remember?
And yeah,
no.
just like on the 21st night of September, the Thorn Sentry swings its overcharged martial stun stave for the door. And it goes...
That's with a -3, oh my fucking god.
It's actually not. So the first success doesn't happen. It bounces on the door. It's done some damage, but the door is going to take a lot more than that. Raja Druin is, again, acting. And they're hitting... Just to say what they're up to. You don't even...
I mean, aren't they... Did they hang up the video call we had with them?
After you fucked off, yes.
Okay.
I mean...
That's fair. I was
They turned off their camera. You actually don't know if they're still seeing you.
I don't give a shit. Well, they probably can't see me because I'm probably not at the right angle. But I love the idea of them just standing there this entire combat monologuing.
So, Finley, you're getting some information, right? The door to your south opens, and you see a Veer's hulking body protrude as you see bright, wide foam who looks at you with, like, hate in his eyes, and he just roars and says, "We should have thrown you down the shaft when we had the chance. Time to correct the errors of the past." And,
Oh boy.
he's hard up in cover, and you see him brandishing no particular weapon at the time, but he's definitely coming with some intent.
He's definitely got something, but it's a little bit hazy. It's kind of hard to make out exactly what he has, but he's got something.
Holger, it's your turn. What would you like to do?
Yeah. I don't quite remember how movement works in multi-rooms, but I'm gonna move to the next room and stance up here.
You want to, like, ready an attack action to bop the next person through?
Yeah, I want to hold an action to bop anyone with hostile intent. And as I'm standing up here, I will scream out, "There's one person in the computer room, has a mild concussion. You're gonna need a couple bandages, but they'll be okay in a week."
Amazing.
I look around like, yeah, that's just it for now. I'll keep you posted.
Amazing. Dangerous to go alone to whoever needs it.
Me?
Yeah,
Actually, no, wait, hold on.
I don't know, Luis might need it soon.
So,
Mine dangerous to go alone.
Finley, here's the thing. You note that there is a beautiful glowing little data chip poking out of one of these servers that seems to be taking information. Can you give it to an enemy then? Taking in information intended to be fed into a machine for 3D printing purposes. And it's showing a 3D display of the repair strut.
Oh, so this is solid evidence.
That is that is hit him with the fucking holovid done evidence.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I'm grabbing it.
All right, so
I'm assuming it's
Oh, we need
it's,
like a
it's
modern
poking
USB
out
stick,
here.
you don't
It's
need to
2 meters away, so you have to walk up to it and spend a side action to jack it out.
Yep.
You're there, you jack it out. You have what seeming like some incontrovertible proof. You still haven't called in the backup, but they've probably noticed that you blew open a wall. You gonna do that?
I mean, at this point, I'm calling in the backup.
All right, you go. You see, you see a sent but not a delivered notification.
First off, are we doing this on like a goddamn text messaging app? And second, I guess we're being jammed. Is there radio in this room?
There are a lot of machinery. You got ghosted. There's a lot of machinery here. None of it seems to say be telecoms, but it's probably patched into a system. You jacked in, you might be able to.
All right. Well, I imagine I don't have the action economy for that.
Well, it's a main action. It's a main. You haven't used the main action yet. You've moved. You've side
That's
action.
true. I can either use a main action to do that, or use a main action to freaking shoot one of these bastards through the door.
Honestly, I think that Finley should hack, whack, and slash into that.
Jacking that meat. Yeah.
System.
All right. I'll go for it then.
So you have to step over here to do it. You go with that?
Yeah.
I give you.
Butcher Pete's got a long, sharp knife. Oh my fucking god! Bullshit. Fuck tits.
Said Butcher Pete. Yeah. So
So that dangerous to go
you
alone.
drop your hacking tool and it pops on the ground, and much like a certain model of Android, the battery pops out the back and goes skittering halfway across the room.
Unfortunate.
So that's Finley's
Luckily,
turn.
I can do without.
This war dancer rushes up.
Oh, I did forget to add the +1 from that. I'm gonna roll a single d6 on the off chance that it's
on the
a
off
success.
chance it worked.
Ah.
Holger, this war dancer rushes up and procs your. It looks like they're about to say, "You'll have more than a mild concussion when I have repaid you for the damages." And yeah, you gonna give him the swing?
Yeah. Bah! Oh, no.
All right.
As big as a bop as I was
The
expecting.
war dancer.
You can reach that.
I could, but I'm good for the moment.
Now, the word is an interesting situation here because they want to make a maneuver to dodge that hit, but if they fail, they'll have spent their next turn side action. And if they then fail against your stun, they will lose basically their entire next turn, I think. Yeah, even though they'll still get to do this main action. No, they'll get the drain from this turn's action economy or next turn's action economy if it's on your held action. Questions for another time. They fucking try and not get bonked. They succeed in not getting bonked, they lose a side action from their next turn, and they attempt to uppercut you with a cloth wound on their fist. You are free to spend a side action for your next turn to dodge or block, or just take the hit to armor, and it's AP1. So
I'll just take the hit to armor.
Alright, make an armor roll -1. They deliver a single point of damage to your stamina. Oof.
Oh no.
Oh no, I've been slightly winded.
Yeah, so, the western door. It opens up, and there are 2 war dancers. And they, rush into this room. Thulika looks around and says, "Wait, where's Zhivka?" And the other one's like, "Stop thinking with your..." And, you know, before we can get an untranslated word for genital out here in,
Throck.
In, not Kehoe, in, Brentling. This war dancer rushes up and tries to whack you with a stun stave. Like, fully extended, swings it out at you. And whacks the wall with a bling instead, as you are too busy cowering from thorn sensor trying to beat in the other side to be in the head smacking space of the stave.
Excellent.
That is the turn of those war dancers. This war dancer, you see something crack, like the door shutters, and you see the tip of something sharp is poking through the wedge in the door. Something very immediately obvious. It is a Labrys, and it is beginning to pry open the door as it hacks through the melted metal. And yeah, that is the turns of the war dancers that you can witness. Blue East. All eyes on you, by which I mean the party is entirely in a separate room, and you're in here with 2 enemies, and those 2 enemies being at the door outside.
Yeah, well, alright. Here's Blue East's big play. She's gonna fire at the fucking Thorn Sentry again. That motherfucker's not dead yet. And she's
Shoot
gonna
a war
be
dancer.
so
You don't have
dead.
someone hitting you right now.
Yeah, but she's got her priorities, and she
That's
does
a
not
pro
have
priority.
a dual weapon engaged. And then she's gonna run if she can.
Okay, so you fire. You put that into damage, I'm assuming, right?
Yeah. I want that thing dead.
It's right up here. You poke it out at their reverse conical head, right? Roll me another d6.
Roll 1d6. Come on, baby. Come on. Oh, fucking
A servo
1.
shock. It is unable to make any movement or melee maneuver tests for 1 turn. It is short-circuited. It is completely locked down at its position.
For 1 round.
Unable to angle to shoot at you right now. So you want to leave the war dancer's area, and they're gonna try and off you, and you're gonna take it, right?
Frankly, I was hoping I could. What I was
Withdraw.
hoping to
Wait,
do is
withdraw as a
literally
side
leave
action.
the gun in the door, grab one of the guns that I saw earlier that was subdual, and book it at all in one swift motion. Don't know if
It is
that's
a
possible.
side action to withdraw. You must choose between safely withdrawing or picking up the gun.
Picking up the gun.
Okay, so you're accepting the op as you step away. The
Yep,
war
that's
dancer
kind of what I figured.
wings their stun stave for you, swiggity swooty swinging for your booty, and they give it a light tap, just a light.
Do I get to put my armor against this?
Yes, you do. It has no pen. It has no AP, so you can roll your whole armor.
Okay.
You take 1 point of the damage. Unfortunately, 1 point gets through. So with a warm thwap that sends a shiver up your spine, you will have to make me an endurance test.
All right. Yeah, that's not gonna be pretty. Holy shit!
You managed to withstand it. In the process, so you picked up a gun and some ammo, right? You drop some of the ammo and it goes scattering all over the floor. With the as you freak out to try and control your body's.
So is the gun loaded, or have I dropped literally all the ammo?
You haven't dropped all the ammo. You'll have enough for 1 load. Picked up 3 mags. You dropped 2 of them. So, but you can keep moving. You can continue your movement. That's only 1 meter moved. So move where you will be going.
All right. Yeah. Gonna get here.
All right. You're holding up in this doorway. This door has been like cut all to ribbons. So it's just an open awning. You want to stand in the doorway like that?
I mean, someone's gotta stand here.
The Thorn Sentry also stands somewhere else near a door, doing jack shit. Raja Juin remote pilots a spider drone that runs in over, right? And it sees what Finley's doing. It's trying to go for Finley. Kulger, you could op, but you have to spend action economy from your next turn to make an op in this system.
Is it a side action or a main action that I lose?
You opportunity attack in the system at this time. I can confirm for you as the Google Doc. Please fuck you loads faster.
What is it called? Just an opportunity attack, or?
It's just called it's opportunity attack or attack of opportunity. Main action, yes. You have to spend your main action to make the attack. You willing to?
How dangerous does the spider look?
It does not look like it poses any great physical risk to your friend.
But it is gunning for Finley.
Is rapidly going along the wall towards Finley, yes. It's also the direction of Blue East. You don't know which one the target is.
Yeah, I think I would spend the action economy to op it.
Alright, roll me that attack.
You are a king and a saint.
Do I lose, like, is it just a full regular hit?
You make it as a regular attack would be. It's just you're having to give up your next main action to do it.
Alright.
Yeah, as it turns out, spider drones not designed to withstand your custom stun stave cracks to pieces and it limply like twists with its metal guts pouring out into the room, which scatter all over the battery of Finley's hacking tool, and you see the nice little sparks going between them.
I wasn't even gonna bother to pick it up anyway.
So, yeah, Vraja Dween calls out, "What arrogance! What insolence! How dare you go against the Druids, the rightful stewards of this place? And you would keep driving them away from the Trinity in your ignorance. You do not understand this situation. You do not have what it takes. Away from here, you vile fools. No one carrying
out,
crash to my...
Life is like a player that frets and dances his day upon the stage."
Yeah, so Vraja Dween is like yelling from the next room over. Bright wide foam.
Real quick, Kulger will respond, "Yes, you're correct. I do not understand what's going on."
Bright wide foam. Bright wide foam says, "I know who you are, Gurkul. I have figured out your tricks." And you hear like a very familiar like pin loading kind of like spring pulled sound as he reaches an arm around the corner with a bolt gun, and he says, "I'll show you the mercy you did on those waves with your guns." And
Said he will or won't?
He will, which is weird because we did show him mercy.
Yeah, but you shot at him first, so you know.
I mean, yeah,
It's
but,
a
like,
human
not
expression.
today.
It's a human expression. He really shouldn't have picked it up. It's not a good one.
I mean, shit. In the spirit of Rim, there are some neighborhoods in which it's a friendly greeting to shoot at, but to deliberately miss your people.
Yeah,
you're hanging
the
out
bolt slams into the central console, and you see all of its things start to give a little error. It flies past Kulger as Bright White Foam says, "That was a warning shot. Surrender." And
we got the incriminating information already, right? It's not like still on the computer that just got broken.
you saw
No,
you saw Finley yoink something, but I mean you mostly been focused north, so who's to say?
Kolga will respond with, "Alright, besides the concussion, the threatened concussion, you now have a spider robot thing and a computer you're gonna need to fix back here."
Going out the maintenance log report. You still have a side action. You can do something like shove this person in front of you away. Or you can I can't think of a lot of other great side actions for you at the moment.
Draw still, aim, go prone, stand from prone, shove, withdraw.
Yeah, I'm assuming you're just gonna hold position.
Um,
Hold the hot gates here.
can I like preemptively block?
You can
Or is
yeah,
a block
yeah.
purely a reaction?
You can ready an action. I believe we've had this conversation before, and you can ready your currently held side action to block the next incoming blow. Yes. So just keep that in mind. You've got one held, so it won't count against you next turn.
Okay.
That's just the most roundabout defensive stance.
Yeah. So
I've ever heard about. I love it.
That's your turn.
I'm just spinning twirling my staff around, okay, with my four hands.
You're General Grievous.
Yeah, no, you Magna
Literally
Magna
General
Guard
Grievous.
this whole time. Magna
Shit,
Guard.
shit. I need you to respond to me correctly for the next thing I'm going to say. Hello there.
Fuck, I'm blanking.
You.
General Kenobi. So Finley, give me you want to give me a systems without the tool to just try and get this done, hacky wacky?
Yeah, I'm just going to do it old-fashioned style. I'm doing it raw. As the kids would say. Finally, I roll some successes. Some failures still, but you know, hey, it's at least the right direction.
Yeah. So you managed to get the signal out. You managed to burst. You managed to burst it out. You get a confirmation they're on the way, and it's like Trinity forces inbound.
All right, then I'd probably spend an action shouting like, I mean, you know, I'm part of the Trinity. I'd probably want to shout something like, a Trinity strike team is already on your way. Your crimes have been proven. Surrender and you may see leniency.
All right. So you know, give me a communicate. Hey, important note. You have one twist here. Do you want to spend it to like broadcast your voice when you say that?
Absolutely.
Like hijack the internal PA. All right, give me a communicate and give me a modifier of 1 because things are just a little more authoritative when they come over a PA. You know, like,
I mean, I would
your planes
agree.
fall like broken birds from the sky, GI. You have been sent here to die.
Damn.
It's a lot of dice for very few successes, but you know, it's a couple.
Yeah, your words slightly okay, you give the delivery like just an accurate enough tone that some people are more scared of being here than they are of just surrendering. But overall, most people are like looking around like, we surrender. I believe in what I did, and I'll say it to a judge. And everyone is like beginning to rapidly respond as like, oh no, the jig's up. It's the war dancers' turns.
Still dancing, kiddo?
And this war dancer looks at the other one and is like, we have to get out of here. And Duska's like, wait. And Duska looks at Blue East and he's like, but where's Zhivka?
She stayed in the ship.
Damn it.
It would have been too hard to see you like this.
If only we could have had one last longing kiss. And
Surrender now. Turn yourself in, and maybe you'll see her.
he's like,
One
I'm
more
sorry.
They allow visits. In,
He cries a little. He's like, I'm sorry, but I'm not into prisoner roleplay. And he just fucking pieces out.
Wow.
It won't be roleplay.
That does not encourage him.
Yes.
I mean,
It'll
no,
be
that doesn't-
worse
that
for
doesn't
you
make
if you
sense.
get caught.
Right, this is the very
Proves
room
it.
where their Thren teammate boinked Uthaka. The security camera room. And
He
yeah.
thought it was pretty hot. She thought it was pretty hot, just saying. Like, she'd be down to hang out later.
The war dancer.
But not if
mean,
you don't
probably
turn
not.
yourself in now.
This war dancer runs in, and they're incensed, and they just say, "You think you can take this from us? I'm a Thren. I move 7 meters in one turn. It might not seem like a lot, but it's the reason you're about to take my point." And this war dancer, utterly incensed as they realize the thing they've built their whole life towards has just been thwarted, is willing to turn the blade of their very labrys upon your body.
You know what? That's fair.
And yeah, you wanna block. If you block with your gun, it's probably gonna break. You wanna dodge. You wanna just take it on the armor.
You know what? I'm gonna try and take it on the armor.
All right.
And you
armor
know what I'm
minus
gonna-
one mod.
Yeah, you know what I'm also gonna do?
Uh-huh.
Wait, sorry. What did you say? You said a +1 mod?
Minus one modifier to your armor.
Minus
because
1 mod.
you got
Okay. Yeah.
You got AP1 in their labrys, so you've got one.
What
less
I'm
armor.
also going to try to do, Lee, is take it on the armor and grab it and keep it there.
amazing. So
Can I? Is that a melee or can I possibly call it a maneuver?
I would let you do a twist. Give me the maneuver to give me that twist and see how it does. They're still
Alright.
they're using their one twist to try and knock you down. Okay.
Woo! Woo!
They wanted to knock you down with their twist. They managed to hurt you for 1 damage. They embed it into your you're just wearing nice clothes, right?
I'm wearing my self-clotting Trinity Standard suit and some good Thren garb.
You hack through their garb. It breaks your suit, but just such. The tubes are going to pour in the auto clot stuff. It foamy kisses around the blade. The war dancer tries to knock you down, but in the process of taking this into your armor, you arrest the descent as you just prop your leg up just right, and you see their heart's not in it. And as they realize how close they've come to killing someone, they seem to be rethinking their life.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping that labrys embedded in me and staring them down.
This war dancer whips out a shock baton and says, "No, this can't be happening. After everything we've done, those fields must flow. The beautiful citrus drink. It shall be the future. We have forged it. We will return to the garden in the greater unity." And they swing the shock baton at you, Niall.
Was this bitch just about to do a war crime from Yarnclaw?
It's not a
Yeah.
it's gonna be it's a
different
nice
thing.
it's a nice orange liqueur that they make from this special
it's
fruit.
Thren cognac.
Yeah, this is gonna be.
Okay,
this is gonna
first
be,
off,
this is gonna be. This
It's
is
a
gonna,
war
this-
crime for Thren cognac.
This was
Thank
gonna be
you.
orange liqueur land, okay?
Cognac and orange liqueur are two very different things.
All right.
And
so,
I know Grand Marnier exists. It kind of
all right,
blurs
so
that line, but
Colger, the shock baton is coming at you. You have already ready to block, so you want to just roll me your melee to block it. Stun stage, a shock baton, blue lightning dancing on either tip. As you, in just that moment, you let go of the left-hand side of your baton as you twist, letting an arc through your guard as it smacks down to your face. Roll your armor straight. It cancels the 1 damage, saving you from the stun effect as it boinks off of the nice ballistic weave sash that you're wearing. So, maintenance rig, I think. So that's the war dancers have all had their go, really. Blue East, you feel like the fight has probably left a lot of these people, and they're probably not gonna stick around and fight to the death or anything, but there's still a hostile work environment, shall we say. What's your play? There's a labrys stuck in your clothing and armor.
Alright, I want to grab it, and
You
Honestly,
grab
I wanna-
at the haft of this grand double-bladed yonic axe.
yeah. So I have it now, and I look at the war dancer that I took it from, having stared them in the eye the whole time, and I say, look, I'm not proud of what my ancestors did to this land, but this is about as fucked up as what they they were doing, if not more so.
Wow, way to
on
make an
this particular
equivalency
plan.
here.
So you might want to back down and take the L on this one. With therapy and through the Trinity, I'm sure
Things are possible.
you can land yourself in a much better place. In a
Now we
couple
won't
years.
even live. We won't live to see Steyer's steeple still in the tree by the time we're dead. They're not going to need you anymore. Don't you see? You're blind. The Druines were going to save this. Now it's beyond salvaging. You humans
that's
always
not-
thrusting yourself where you don't belong.
You're the one who thrust an axe into me. That's not what this
And
is
you know what?
about.
I apologize. It was a
Yeah,
huge
you
moment.
apologize. You
Yeah,
apologize
I'm sorry.
for that.
It was an oversight, okay? I wasn't
Bloody
thinking with my
brilliant.
head. I was
I
thinking with my heart.
appreciate the apology. Now back down and surrender.
I'll surrender or die.
The Trinity forces are on their way. You cannot outlast this.
Yeah, unfortunately for you, we were really close to the Throne Federation border, and I happen to know a guy, so we'll see about that. So Blue East, is that going to be your turn?
All right, well then run, because the Trinity will come after you. Can I at least make a communicate check or something? I feel like I've spent my whole time.
Yeah. You monologue. They try and resolve to like hold on, and you know what? They're like,
Ooh.
you drop your gun, and but so your gun is on the floor, but your point is very well made. And the word answer is like, you're right. So yeah. You've done it. Here's the thing, though. You know what just started moving again this turn and is no longer has a mind free to its test? The Thorn Sentry walks through the roll. Like, it's like the Thorn Sentry, broken bits, like, burning out of it, just goes, zzz. My auditory sensors did not hear no bell, and it just spins up the darts. It's trying to shoot past the word answer. It's not going to full auto for that reason, but it's still going to take a shot at you.
I hate this.
You know, one thing I really do love about the system is how hard it is to kill the robots. Because it
Yeah.
really does give this sense of otherness. And oh my fucking god.
Wait, they're pumping all of that to damage. They don't have the AP because it's less than lethal rounds, so make me a straight armor roll.
Oh!
Yeah, no, I want them to be menacing Terminators. I think it makes it more fun. Okay, you knock off 2 of that damage. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 coming at you, so you lose your stamina, you're down to 2 health. You're still standing.
Well, that's nifty.
Roger
Sure about that,
Druine.
because I thought the first one was 2, and then each one was a +1.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, wait, 6 minus 2, dealing 4. She has 6 between her health and her stamina, leaving her at 2 health remaining after the damage is done.
Again, I'm sorry, Pat, but math is math.
No, I mean, but she's
No one-
like,
no
I
one
was
is
right.
above math.
She's standing at 2.
All right.
Because
Well,
she got 2 armor hits. That's why, right?
Well, you know what I have
would've
in my
she was-
hand.
She would have
Lee?
been down at 0 gaming or having to make the endurance test. You dropped your fucking gun.
I have a Labras.
Oh yeah, you have the Labras in you, yeah. Well, it's Vraja Druine's turn right now. Vraja Druine, says,
I'm about to open some wounds.
"You fools! It's far too late to go back now. Almost 20% of this world's so-called water walls already have our so-called Orion Trading Company struts in them. Can't you see? Logistically, there's no way to replace them in time. The collapses are guaranteed. At this point, you're reduced to triage. The best you'll do is keep some few standing, and then, when the tides change, even if it isn't me, my dream will come to fruition, and you will be but a nuisance in the footnotes of history." Now,
I shall. Well, actually, no. We talked to Mother before we came by. While some of the walls maybe fail, they actually have plans to reclaim the land, even if they do, just as a fuck you.
I somehow doubt. Now,
I mean,
I'll be
listen to the
now then.
timbre of my voice.
I'd love to have a lovely, elongated conversation with you. However,
They're gonna get away.
He's not gonna get away.
They press a button and there's a door closing sound as they say, "I'm on my way to an early retirement."
Yeah, no shit.
So it's Bright White Foam's turn. Bright White Foam looks around and says, "I thought I had found a herd worth fighting for, but it seems."
Join a new herd, Bright White Foam.
Bright White Foam says, I can only join a herd where the fires to restore what was lost to the human empire burn bright.
I
To
do
bring
that
about a
daily.
better
I fix a
future."
lot of things.
I understand you fix machines, Kalgar, but I speak of the spirit and the heart.
I also fix people.
And
The spirit's very much alive inside
Bright
me.
White Foam says, "I would that were enough." And he rushes out of the room. As you know, you're not exactly the fastest of species, so he's only 10 meters away. But
He rushes out of the room. Clomp, clomp, clomp.
You will
clomp,
rule the
clomp,
day.
clomp,
Starts
clomp,
walking
clomp.
away.
he crab walks. He weeble wobbles. Kalgar, this war dancer in front of you is probably going to stand down soon. They're still kind of in denial. But you do know that the Thorn Sentry is still firing a bunch of stuff. At this juncture, Kalgar, what do you do?
At this juncture, I tell the person in front of me, don't forget, there's a friend that has a concussion in the computer room. I turn my back and go to Blue East.
Alright, they do not choose to op you.
I am going to use an adrenaline.
Alright. You jam her full of it. This is her first go in the first 10-hour third, so she's not suffering anything there. She overheals by 1, up at 5 stamina.
And
Nifty.
was that a side action or a main action?
Hey, the item table lists under the drugs, or pharmaceuticals consumables it calls it, lists the action economy to use it is a side action to inject adrenaline.
Okay. And can I use my main action? Or, well, I should clarify. The person in front, the war dancer in front of Blue East,
Presently disarmed and seems to be
Rethinking their life.
yeah.
and the Thorn Sentry is
actively
breaking
Is
but
fucking
not
monstrous.
actively firing darts into Blue East.
Okay. So because of map finickiness, how does this work for me to try to get past the War Dancer and confront the Thorn Sentry, or can I not?
But bear in mind, you're having to dash already because, again, like I wasn't kidding. You have a 5-meter movement speed. You've gone 6 meters.
Ah.
So you're already having to dash to get this far. But I would say with a dash, I'd let you have a maneuver to try and barrel your way through. Let's just say a lot of like gung-ho beer make references to stampedes, and they're not kidding. You are low with a wide, broad, heavy center of mass. When you go into a space, you are like, you can move someone. So you could...
Actually, speaking of moving someone, can I displace Blue East so that she is no longer in the doorway in the line of fire?
Two arms brandishing weapon, 2 arms lifting her up and just putting her over there.
Yeah. You can, I would say...
If it was Finley, I would just put him on my back.
Because you're already dashing, I'm going to say you have to make a maneuver test to do this as well, but it's a modifier of 2.
Can I do that by not dashing, just being here?
Yes. You jam her, you plop her. Blue East, you consent to being plopped.
I mean, I kind of do want to go at it with the axe, but I'll do that on my own turn. I get blocked.
Alright, Colgar, that's your movement, that's your main side. Finley, Rattle Deep, what do you do?
All right. So everyone's running away. All the important people, at least.
More or
People are
less.
still trying to kill us, like jerks. I assume this facility, based on everything. Actually, I know for a fact this facility has like a tower, so to speak, that's tracking local air traffic.
Uh-huh.
Could I patch the feed from that back to our friends coming and let them know that a lot of people are trying to run? You might want to set up intercepts.
Yeah. You could try and do that. Give me a... This isn't that place, though. You're going to have to
push into the comms center, that hack is going to be a -2 modifier because you're trying to pass through to another node.
When you're trying to change the world, sometimes challenges are faced. But with perseverance, will, foresight, and fortitude, you can see these things through. Fuck yes! I was talking about doing a dope speech, I would actually roll well.
All right, yeah.
Amazing.
You managed to pass through, and the data is going to them. Not only that, but like you basically give the Trinity a back door, and they start to be a siren saying like, "Please stand down. There's no use for any conflict. Trinity peacekeepers and Marines are en route to this position to secure it and end the hostilities." And it's like playing on repeat, and everyone's like, "Oh, shit's close now."
And follow up. That I assume was a main action, right?
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay. Just so the war dancer to the war dancer to the north isn't going to try anything. I don't think they're that dumb at this point. So I'm just probably going to get I'm probably going to like move here and get my anti-material rifle ready.
Okay. The war dancer rolls past you. The other war dancer begins to withdraw. They're not really coming in on you. Blue East, it's your turn. You have a Labrys in hand. There's a Thorn Sentry around the way trying to trank you. What are you going to do? You're all jacked up on Mountain Dew. Your green bar is one overhealed.
Yeah, time to show them what the fuck a human is. Trying to show them why they made the Thorn Sentry.
Let me show you why we lost this war.
Let me show you why you made these things in the first
The
place.
Labrys is a modifier 1 melee weapon.
God, awful.
Let me show you what a loser can do.
What is the damage on it?
Damage 3.
All right, and this is a whoops.
Melee weapon.
Yeah, I got it in the right place. So mod, what did I put it as? 1, mod 1, damage 3. And it's AP 1.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Well, my melee is shit, so this is probably not going to work very well, but here we go. You know what?
Are we gonna go for the gold here? Are we gonna go for the gold?
Wow.
Do you want a super twist to just absolutely like fucking split its head like a banana?
Yes.
That Labrys comes down and this little gorge dome in its head just splits open right with wires and burst capacitors.
I dislike the connotation of that.
And it just powers all the way down. Labrys sunk into it. 2 threatened symbols of war fighting flash together. Blue East's hand descends. And yeah, the all immediate threats to you are done. The Tase turrets will still try and stun you if you go through that room, but you don't have to go through that room. I will be right back, but I just know, but plan what you were about to immediately do with the knowledge that you're about to get from the tracker, which is a Envoy class shuttle has just taken off, is making a beeline out of here.
Yeah, we need to get to the Raptor. That's the plan.
Yeah, I suppose.
We're pursuing.
I was kind of hoping, the fucking military would be able to take care of something for once.
There's
but
no
once
fucking
again,
way they'll
they have to
handle
rely
it.
on us.
Yep.
Depending if time permits, I need a minute to patch you up, Blue East.
I don't know. Time's gonna permit. We need to get to my ship.
Don't worry about it, Colger. As long as the ship doesn't blow up, she'll be fine.
Yeah.
And if the ship blows up, I don't think any of us will really care that much anymore.
Man, ships
I
is
need-
effectively one big mechanical thing. I'm sure we'll be fine.
You're connected to the comms, right? Finley?
I'm in. So to
Summon
speak.
our ship.
All right. Yeah, that's
Get
a
it
good idea.
outside our hole. Well, that sounded wrong. But get it outside the hole we
No,
made in the
put it
wall.
right outside the hole, and then if it's possible, like jam it up in there, make it really easy.
I feel like you're taking what I said a little bit out of context, but
Sorry,
it's
I'm just
fine.
really
We're in
pumped up on this
a
adrenaline.
disaster scenario.
A lot of people attacking us, and the minute Spider was freaky, so like I'm gonna say some weird shit, but like holy fuck.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. That's fine. Yeah. I got you.
Also, the biologist, hey, what's up? Biologist is like, oh, hi. And I'm like, can you like cower in a corner or something instead of just standing there? Jesus. Do you not know how these situations go? Is this your first time being used as like being in the middle of like a facility raid?
They're just
like,
very dedicated to their work, you know?
I'm very dedicated to my work, you know? And I'm like, well, that's admirable in other circumstances. I think at this one period of time, biology can wait until gunfire isn't happening. I'm no expert in biology, but it tends to be somewhat antithetical to gunfire. Yeah, well, I suppose. Well, I'm glad you saw the reason there. And Lee is finally back so I can end this dumb fucking conversation.
So, here's what you are immediately informed of by your contact as you're like in this room where people are like surrendering or whatever. All of the like ships that are coming in are about 20 minutes out or 10 minutes out, but they're not equipped to pursue. And they want to lock down the facility so they can get all of the physical evidence. But Raja is making a break for the Druine cruiser where a lot of like, you know, goods are being stored and is theoretically there for, you know, not humanitarian because they wouldn't call it that, but you know, like empathetic aid and such. They're gonna go get on a huge spaceship they own and leave. Their shuttle is en route. They think it needs to get interdicted before it reaches there, and the picket ships are still coming back from the engagement inner system. They tell you to go for it. They tell you to take them to bring him in.
All right. So here's the
play. I
play.
was going to take him down, but all right.
Finley, summon our ship. You're going to wait at the...
I mean, our ship is apparently right above us, directly above us, from what I recall.
We can probably just get it remotely placed outside of...
It would be faster to get it remotely right outside the window or faster to go upstairs?
Considering the elevator has been taken and is presumably locked down, it's probably faster if you just pop out this hole and into the back of your waiting vessel.
Yeah, right. Summon it.
Yeah,
off to the back of the Raptor gunship, and you find yourselves aboard.
So is this the part where Jivka surprises us and comes in with the Scorpio?
Yes, Jivka has been waiting with the Scorpio very nearby, and she's brought it down to you, right? Because we actually have a very good way to run that as a spaceship. The enemy vessel, the Envoy class shuttle, is getting away, but you know, you're in your shuttle and here's the water and here's the... I wonder what I have, because we didn't call it the Envoy for a while until after you'd already drawn it, so what would I have it written? Is it... Yep.
Pretty sure that one was always the Envoy, actually.
Yeah.
Or Courier.
Yeah, because I thought it was Envoy... Courier... Anyway, there's a shuttle. Can't believe I didn't get the art. Oh, you know, it's called Courier. Alright, so... It's,
Wait, there's the new art. We have new art for this. Custom made for this scenario.
Not presently uploaded, but yes. So, Raja is gunning it in their shuttle. The Scorpio is nearby, but you're not in it right now. You guys have a shuttle and guns. Do you wanna make pursuit? Do you wanna get in the Scorpio and try and make pursuit, which will probably be an upper atmosphere pursuit closer to the enemy's larger vessel, or do you want to try and take him down over the water still in atmosphere?
I mean,
this
what sort of equipment you expect on an Envoy class?
You are probably expecting a single, probably 300 MeV particle beam. They might have something else stored in there, but that's what you would expect to be like Yeah, I'd probably have an asteroid gun, but...
And we probably have, like, real guns, because we're in a gunship.
Well, you're in a dropship that has a gun on it.
I mean, I think we try to get them down here. I think it might be worthwhile to also try to reposition the Scorpio as a backup plan, but we should try to get them down here.
Scorpio's usually the backup plan, but you don't go to meet it. You make a precise dive in. Blue East is in the pilot console. Finley Rattledeep, what are you doing?
What else is there? There's the co-pilot seat, right?
Yeah.
I'm gonna get in that so I can do E-War things.
Kulger, what are you gonna do?
I hand Kulger my anti-material rifle. I say, lean out a window.
It's okay, I'll hold your belt.
Kulger will not stay inside this craft, will he? Every time there's a flight with it, he's just like, and now...
I mean, I know you're a terrible shot, but come on, you gotta try. It's a plus 4 mod, so you still have a pretty good chance.
So usually on a ship, there is a way to like reroute power more efficiently, or put more power into like maneuverability and stuff.
Yes, there is.
Can I do that?
Are we treating this as a ship combat? Ooh, spicy.
You're in a ship that does shoot.
We are on a ship fighting another ship, so I guess it makes sense. I've just never considered the context of ship combat as shuttle combat.
Yeah, well, I mean, shuttles are a type of spaceship.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense once you think about it, but the entire time we're having a discussion about ship combat,
action.
I never thought about a shuttle fighting a shuttle. I always thought about something bigger fighting a shuttle or something else bigger.
It's like crab on crab action, but slightly less sexy.
Yeah. It's
I mean,
shuttle and
incredibly
shuttle
less
action.
sexy. You kidding me? You seen them claws?
And yeah, your shuttle is coming up on theirs. What do you? Okay, so I'm actually going to go to the spaceship testing ground really, and
Should I go ahead and start mechanics check?
Yep.
One success.
Amazing. They're going to be on the right-hand side. You're going to be on the left-hand side. You guys have +1 to your thrust, and you got 1 power to allocate by default.
Okay.
And they have 2 and 2?
They have, I'm going to say, like, yeah.
Those bastards.
It's a nice, it's a tricked out one.
I mean, yeah, it's the personal shuttle of a person who's trying to attempt a light genocide.
It's not, it's like military.
I mean,
devices.
whatever their intention is, what is going to happen is a lot of fucking people are going to die.
So
I don't care if their intention is to grow a vineyard. They're killing enough people that I consider it genocide.
Yeah, so they're trying to leave. You're trying to stop them. Blue East. Roll me, honestly, just roll me initiative, because we can't be asked to remember how just roll me initiative.
Did I have to click something? Shit.
The funny thing is, I'm remembering the whole argument we had.
I got a
about how
14.
works.
You need to click your token first.
Yeah.
No, not everybody rolls initiative, just your pilot rolls initiative.
Oh, well, clearly I didn't remember the argument.
Tell me that.
Alright, so Blue East.
Damn, Raja Tureen out here with the good roll. Oh, hey, look, updated ship specs. Cute.
Yeah. Now, the most important thing is we gotta take these fuckers the fuck out. You know that Pleasant Beach we went to during our adventure in like episode 2, I think?
Mm-hmm.
That wouldn't be there anymore. Think about all the places we've been, all the friends we'd lose, and then imagine a montage of like the 4 people we've talked to on this planet, and it's silent, and then slow motion it plays over like sad music. We're like, we gotta do it for them. We have to do it for that one person who sold us noodles at a stall that one time we went to the city. For them.
Yeah. So
Amazing.
they have the auto. They have the ship's auto gunnery. Fire a MEV particle beam at you from 1 encounter unit away.
Those bastards.
So, you know, 5d6. It's not that great an odds of hitting you. Okay, so they've got it coming in. And in terms of hit location, it would seem that they will be striking. Hold, please. We have the spaceship test shit here for a reason.
Where are our ship stats?
Don't worry about that. Top left. Repair actions, reactor actions, combat forward. Where is the roll table and all this shit? Whatever. I'm gonna say right now, it is hitting your comp mesh unless you choose to pivot. Which would let you change it, or on a super twist, negate the hit entirely. They're hitting you with 2 successes. What do you want to do?
Mesh. What does that do?
That's our. I mean, yeah.
So what? Really doing any E-War stuff, right?
You're gonna have, yeah. You're not gonna be able to do E-War if that gets fucked.
Yeah, dodge it maybe. You know.
Are we gonna bother with E-War, or are we just gonna shoot them out of the sky?
I mean, we can do both, right?
All right. Well, do you want me to pivot then?
I think it's a good idea.
Pivoting.
All right. Make me an operate test. Okay. You do successfully change where you're getting hit. You shake the ship as you do so. It is going to strike instead in your propulsion.
Sorry.
Yeah, you hear a bad pod racing noise as there is a bit of a close ping on your sensors, followed by a bit of a whiz and a bang. You take no hull damage because it's a particle beam, but it is frying delicate components of propulsion.
Oof. That seems like we chose the wrong thing there.
And so there's presently a crisis in your propulsion, and the engine is sputtering.
Colger!
They then attempt to pull away. They're going to make an operation with a modifier of 2. They get no fucking successes, and they can't reach, so they remain 1 counter unit away. It is now the player's turn. Colger, there is a minor fire, a minor electrical fire, you know. It's no big deal, other than the fact that it's presently shutting down, like, half the fuel lines on the vessel. So, yeah, anything you want to do about that, Colger?
Yeah.
Or anybody. It's everybody's turn right now. Right now, with propulsion...
I'm gonna let Colger handle the
there's a propulsion
emergency
crisis. Moment.
Colger, we salute your sacrifice.
And these are 10-minute turns, just for time scale reference. You can get anywhere on this in 10 minutes.
Can I put out the fire and repair it, or can I only do one?
You need to resolve the crisis.
Okay, so I'm gonna try to resolve the crisis. I'm gonna put out the fire.
Alright.
What do we roll for that?
Give me a mechanics test.
So none of my tools help me with this?
A multi will help you pull the emergency foam release.
Alright. 1 success and 1 failure.
Alright, so you get a level 1 shock. Kulger, you are exposed to a fire hazard 2-6. 2 static and 6 variable. Let me roll that really fast. Dot. This is defended by both your maneuver and your armor, so make a maneuver test and then make an armor test to see if you get burned.
Does my maintenance rig help or?
It is armor. That is how it will help you.
Oh no, I meant the +1 or -1 maneuverability with the maintenance
Oh,
rig.
-1, actually, good point, because it's you're not doing zipline stuff.
Well.
Roll me your okay.
Well.
You try and like jerk around. You wind up dropping. You wind up pulling off your own maintenance rig in the process, and you take 2 damage. Roll me a resolve test to see if you get suppressed because you're presently on fire.
Well.
You are losing your shit. You drop your multi. You've taken off your maintenance rig. You are on fire.
Literally the worst scenario.
You're down 2 health. You've taken 2
Holy
damage.
shit.
Yeah. So, but hey, you've solved the crisis. And you guys took no hull damage because it was a particle beam. You guys have a light railgun on your own shuttle. What do you want to do?
Can I pick up my multi, or is that gone now?
It's on the floor at the end of your turn. You done what you was gonna do, and then you freaked out and got burned. You're suppressed. Blue East and Finley can still act.
Alright.
Well, I mean, probably Blue East fires because they're probably better shooting than me.
Yeah.
We need to shoot them, and is there any E-War shit I can do?
There's multiple E-War shits you can do.
I'm gonna let you do your E-War shit first.
And there are, so like the gunnery act, like all of this is under spaceship rules, under spaceship test shit. So look at comp mesh actions for the E-War stuff. Look at gunnery actions for shooting.
So
Shit, where is this?
Scan/lock.
The top of the Roll20 spaceship test shit is the highest level folder in the journal.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm very dumb. I'm sorry.
Okay, we're looking at it.
Scan/lock. Test systems to detect another vehicle. Lock on.
Lock on sounds like the way to go, right?
They don't benefit from evasion armor.
Yeah, I mean, let's lock on.
Yeah. So.
Do we have processing?
I don't think so.
Your ship has 1 processing.
Dope. Let's lock on.
Alright, you commit the processing, you roll me the systems test.
All right.
Their autopilot drives a priority. They fail. You are locked on. They cannot gain evasion armor against your attacks.
All right. Well, let's pew at them.
I'm no expert with shuttles, but I imagine shuttles are mostly evasion armor.
All right. Do I put any bonuses to this ballistics test, or is it raw?
Yes, you do, because you're firing a. You are firing. Is it called the Mastodon? No, I think you're firing the Ditriptodon. One moment.
Amazing. I love our naming systems.
You are firing a Mastodon picket railgun turret. It is modifier 0, actually. I was full of shit.
Okay.
All right.
Pew-pew.
Which kind of a gunnery attack do you want to make?
All right. Oh yeah, no. Yeah, actually, there are options. Let me look at them real quick.
Speed as you hot fucking metal.
Right. So volley fire is standard, right? That's a normal attack.
No, volley fire is a special kind of attack.
Oh. I mean, can I do an
Center
aim
fire,
shot at their?
You could aim shot a particular model. Yeah, what do you want to hit? What do you want to hit?
I mean, I probably want to stop them from running, so their propulsion.
Okay, and you remember you cannot take the extra damage twist if you choose to take aim shot. Right? You're cool with that?
Yeah, I'm just gonna cripple the fuck out of their engine.
All right, you cause a propulsion crisis in the enemy ship. In the process, delivering 3 damage. It looks like their hull is probably not going to take much more of that.
Damn, they flattened a paper cup, weren't they?
Yes.
Your hull ain't much bigger. You're in a fucking shuttle.
We're both in paper cups. This is space combat. Well, we are both in fucking plastic cups. Welcome to space combat.
Yeah.
We could die at it.
I said a paper cup because I figured the Trinity.
Everyone, okay, so everyone is active, correctly? Everyone in your turn is active, right? Raja Druin desperately attempts to fix their own propulsion situation. They're not great at mechanics. They have one relevant tool.
Jesus, are they alone in there?
Well, you don't know.
They probably didn't have a dedicated mechanic.
Their automated ship, their automated systems again try and fire the particle beam at you. Does not hit this time. They spend 1 processing to re-roll that.
Less nice.
2 hits this time. They are presently going to strike your propulsion. Do you want to pivot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I do.
All right, make an operate test.
Oh, I didn't add the +1 last time, so okay.
Okay. Not enough to decide, so it's still another random location. Just can't be propulsion anymore. 1, 2, 3, 4. It hits your life support. The room, as a life support crisis begins, the air gets a little foggy in here.
Open a window. We're in atmosphere.
You are in atmosphere. You are high enough that, like, you know, you're gonna need to use your mask for breathing, but I know.
Ugh.
Yeah, I'm just gonna. I mean, honestly, we can let that one slide. I'm just gonna put my helmet on.
Yeah, but visibility is reduced in here. However, it helps put out Culver. Culver, you're no longer on fire. It's the small things. There's a life support
You're welcome.
crisis. You hear a weird...
Culver, are you all right back there?
You hear a weird sputtering and sound of gas and liquids interplaying. Culver.
It would probably actually sound more like.
So, Raja, Druin, they've made the go. They can't try and do the thing. They have healed the propulsion crisis. It is Blue East's turn. Or no, it's y'all's turn. You act in whatever order you'd like. However, there is an active crisis. Your hull has not been damaged. What do you want to do?
Maybe take an adrenaline, honestly. You've earned it.
Why don't you Blue East? You're all over the field.
Yeah. Wait, so you're gonna take an adrenaline shot?
No, you should. You should. Didn't you get?
Oh, I gave you
like,
my last one.
Seriously fucked up? Oh, come get it.
You hold on. I'm gonna go to life support.
All right, give me. It looks like it's fried. The particle beams caused a rupture in one of the gas canisters, and it's presently spewing all over. If you don't do something quick, you're going to run out of life support that could keep you alive out of atmosphere, and there's not a lot of oxygen to vent in right now anyway, as you're at a reasonably thin layer. So give me a mechanics +1 modifier to fix it, and anything to help fix things applies. Go gearhead. It is a soldering job, so plasma tool will apply.
Okay.
Holy shit!
Yeah,
you are a god in the machine.
You want to super twist that? You want to do that so well that the next time you have to fix life support crisis, you'll just do it with one automatic success, and then
Would this
twist.
be specifically only life support, or just the next crisis?
It's gotta be more. It has to be. It's technically supposed to be the exact same thing, so even a slightly different crisis in life support wouldn't count. I'm being generous here.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I'm assuming you just want us to fix life support good, right?
So super twist is 3 successes. Can I use a super twist for 3 successes to do the +1 next time, and then the 1 extra success to do it faster?
Yeah, you do it faster. It's like you knock that as a side action. The gas begins to vent from the rest of the ship, and it'll be gone from the cockpit next turn. What do you want to do as your main?
I'm going to use a med kit on myself.
That is a 1 minute action, which is within a 10-minute turn time frame, so you're good to go. Give me that roll.
God, I don't think I've ever gotten a medicine test, but I have medical supplies. Does that help me at all or not?
Yeah, it's a modifier of 1. It's more or less a generic +1 modifier tool to various medical things.
Alright.
The medicine modifier 1. That is exactly as many hits as you needed. You heal 2.
I actually have 8 as max.
Oh,
so
just
I'm
kidding.
Technically
you're
one
short.
off.
Yeah,
That's
you,
okay.
you good with that?
Yeah.
All right.
And if I still have any kind of action, I'm gonna pick up the multi-tool.
Yeah, you pick it up. Finley, Blue East, what are you doing?
He fixed the machine. He fixed the person.
Still
Conquer is God.
Raja Dween's shuttle is halfway shot down. You're still trying to make a break for it. What
Honestly,
do you wanna
I want to shoot again.
do? All right, are you gonna make
I
another
agree.
aim? Are you gonna make another aim shot?
Yeah.
All right, what are you
Same
targeting?
place.
Second verse, same as the first, which brings up the question of whether or not it actually stays in the crisis tier even when the crisis is ended and you guys are both slightly fucked up. But you know,
Let's
we'll
see.
determine that later. Make the shot. Okay.
Dare I? One more.
Raja Dween attempts to twist, not get hit there. Raja Dween successfully redirects.
Wait, can they while they're target locked?
Yeah, what that stops is evasion. They physically
Oh.
twist their ship to take the hit somewhere else.
Fair enough. No, you're right.
1, 2, 3, 4. They have a life support crisis on their hand. And you deal 3 damage.
that's like.
Something on board of their ship is trying to keep their vessel from breaking apart, but otherwise they're fucked.
Nice.
They enter a hull crisis, and it looks like they're about to have a very bad time. They are wavering. Blue East. That's your turn, right? That's your go. Finley.
Yeah.
Finley, what do you want to do?
At this point, can I like call them, hail them,
Yeah, you hail them. They accept the hail.
surrender?
Raj Dween says, "Fine. I will surrender to you. Escort me to Crater Quota, and I will turn myself over to you there."
No.
Well, what do you expect me to do? Hop out in the water?
Yes.
Amazing.
I'm a good swimmer. I will pick you up.
And the craft, the enemy craft decelerates, and there's a bit of a flare, and they say, "The engines have suffered some malfunction, but I think this should do." And they closed, they cut their engines, and they hover over the water.
All
They
right.
cut their engines, but they're still hovering.
I mean, there was like
they
those
cut
thrust
the forward
engines.
thrust. Yeah, they've got the
Oh, okay.
stabilizers on. They got the stabilizers on. Yeah.
I mean, I'd probably swoop low near-ish where they would land. I mean, it's Pat's job.
Yeah, I mean, they land on the water. Their ship shot to shit, and yeah, they come out on like an inflatable dinghy, and they're just there, and they're like, "Well, it doesn't really matter that I have been caught, but I admit you have shown yourselves to be quite resourceful. Shame you're on the wrong side of history."
I can say
mean,
the same
fuck.
to you.
You clearly don't have like enough recruiting offices on Rascom ships.
They chortle, and they simply say, "I think you'll find that I'm not quite that I'm batting for the Trinity team, but yes, perhaps a certain perspective was missed. Now then, I suppose you're going to arrest me. How unseemly."
I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. Do we have to like,
That's-
do rights? Do we do Miranda rights? Or
That's
threat
for
Miranda rights?
that's for the other guys to do. All we do is cut.
Yeah, we're not arresting you technically. We're detaining you
Yeah.
pre-arrest.
In the distance, 10 minutes later, you see Trinity Peacekeepers on the way, ready to do the detaining, and they're like, "Ah, yes, well, seems that that's my ride. Well, I salute you for your efforts, although they will be in vain."
You say that, but I get the feeling we did something good here. And moreover,
Perhaps, but if Styre's Steeple doesn't feel that it needs the Trinity, these F3 cells are only going to continue to grow more bold and brazen. They will
Yeah.
continue to build tension. With the collapse of the seawalls, there would have been no choice but to accept that they couldn't do it on their own, that they needed the Trinity. And the ensuing crisis would have brought the Thran Federation into more direct assistance as well. This cooperation could have changed the fate of Star Steeple, but now it will continue to drift like so many into apathy and inadequacy, marked by the human empire's designs. What a pity. But I think you'll find that there's only so long one can keep these alien human inventions marking the land. In time, the seas will vindicate me. And is there no greater author of history, nature?
A cool motive. Still kind of genocide.
Nonsense.
Yeah.
The arriving of the seas would have been dangerous, and there would have been casualties, but ultimately everyone would have been resettled. And besides...
You speak, you're like all these fancy words, and you speak like it's a poet, but you know what? A, you did pull it off. B, still kind of a massive dick move.
I'll grant you. It was what I believe ancient humans referred to as big dick energy. Although I didn't
While they're
subscribe to
saying
the notion
that,
of
I
I'm
was
just
gonna
dig
say
around in my bag.
Machiavellian.
I
but
presume before the mission,
guess
Finny
that's
took
the
his...
same thing.
I assume before the mission, Finny took his customary trip to the REI/bondage store.
Uh-huh.
Does he have a standard Trinity issue prisoner gag?
No, because those aren't standard prisoner issue in the Trinity.
I don't know about
I mean,
that.
like, standard Trinity issue meaning, like, you know, BDSM? The question
Yeah.
is
I
whether
mean,
you keep it
I
on
don't
you.
want to do it if it would be weird. That's
Yeah, no,
sort of thing you get
Raj
fired.
just like, I'm not into that. As the
that's
peacekeepers
I
arrive,
respect that, given that this is not a cultural norm.
yeah, the peacekeepers arrive. They take Raj off your hands, and
Then I'm like, I will warn you, she's a monologuer, and they're only half coherent.
they do love monologuing. Yeah, the Far Shore system knows peace, and in the coming days there was great outrage and a little bit of a rift grows on Styre's steeple as people question they don't trust the Trinity. But if Jareen was behind this, who can they trust? Ultimately, Viraja Druin is seen to symbolize the Thren Federation and their old culture. And the Trinity is right in stopping them, but ultimately, sacrifices are made. And with such a huge infrastructure project already underway, not all of the areas are going to be sustained. A crisis is still looming. Unless something can be done to replace many struts, Styre's steeple is likely to see a huge upheaval. What it'll look like afterwards? Who knows? The steeple people themselves are fired up. More F3 cells than ever seem to be lodging, reasoning that no off-worlder can truly be trusted with their fate.
Like they were fucking gonna build all those struts themselves, dipshits. All right.
They were already
also-
receiving the struts from off-world, but that's also a point of we shouldn't rely on those off-world struts.
Now, follow up. I know where there's more struts. You're telling me there isn't a secret cache of shit on Abaddon. It's called Abaddon. You gotta have some shit going on there. I was somewhat surprised when it turns out there wasn't a secret enemy base on Abaddon. It's such a menacing name.
I mean, do you want to go check out Abaddon? There is something there, but that's not what it is, but there is.
You have to, I mean...
Yeah, you guys,
I want to check it out in character.
You guys space fly into the sunset, having succeeded on your mission, and Trinity Fleet Intelligence thanks you and says that, you know, go ahead, complete your task and maintain your cover. And with that, I think we get the feedback phase. Thank you all for coming out. This has gone a really long time. Shin, hit me with it. Favorite, least favorite, you want to see more of?
Hey, combat's always interesting. There was a little bit of rust since it's been a hot second. The hiatus didn't feel great, but I think you handled it well. Getting back into it, and you're very prompt on basically every mechanic questions that we had, save for like the really nitty gritty stuff. Clearly you know your system and you know your system well. There were a few times where you're like, I need to think about that, but yeah, that's the process of writing your own system. Story-wise, I think, story-wise, I think it was really good. It is getting kind of light, and I was starting to pass out towards the end, and that wasn't because of you. That was more because of just time. So I apologize for missing out that little last bit.
That's all good. I was trying to wrap us up.
But no, I like this story. I like all of our characters. Hopefully we'll get to see Kolger again in a future campaign.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'd imagine this is you guys doing more than one mission. So we will see when the next flight of the Scorpio is. And
Yeah, that's my 2 cents.
Nice. With that, Max, hit me with it.
All right. I need to find out what's on Abaddon. That's point 1. Point 2, I think the session was amazing. Point 3, the combat in the office building was really good. If I had a big criticism, I would say a lot of the session was planning. And like a bit of planning can be fun, but spending a while planning how to deal with the canister on the ship, and then spending a second while pretty quickly following that planning the assault.
Yeah, I needed to
Didn't
prod
feel
you
great.
guys. I need to prod you guys and present the information a bit different.
Yeah, because it's always weird when you're in these situations doing a big plan and you're wondering, is there a correct answer to this? And trying to re-examine all the information you're giving, trying to see what the DM wants you to do. And sometimes they're just like, they're waiting for your answer because they don't have an answer either. And it's always hard to tell, like, should I be thinking about this more because I'm making some fundamental flaw and missing some information? Or is this a situation where the DM is just is waiting for me to tell them what I'm doing and they're just gonna play off that?
Yeah.
I think that ambiguity, at least to me, leads to a lot of ruminizing on a plan instead of just going for something. Ruminating. Damn it.
It's all right. You should have ruminized about that word more.
Wow. All right. Anything else?
No, but overall, I actually really liked the second half, especially was really great. A little bit of a space combat there was fun.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So Pat, hit me with it.
Yeah, this was fantastic. I mean, like, overall, from the get-go, the plot was kick-ass, and I loved the Druine family and the premise there. Really interesting to see some very well thought-out Thran baddies and their, Machiavellian, quote-unquote well-intentioned, end quotes, extremist philosophy there. And the one Thran who lost heart halfway between Elabris and my heart. Very, very interesting characters, very interesting plot, premise, everything was fun. I would agree with Max that a lot of this was planning, and at certain points, particularly because we had been on such a long hiatus and somewhat lost the train of thought, there were some pauses in the gameplay that could have been, more handily moved past by a little more heavy-handed kind of pushing you forward in the right directioning. But all in all, I think everything that happened really well, and I was very satisfied with the conclusion.
Nice.
Nice! Yeah, no, great work. Thank you for running this again. You're a fantastic GM, and I can't say that enough.
All right, well, that, I believe most of our audience is going to bed, and we shall too. Let me just find... You know what? No, Smada is live. We're going to go raid him. I'll see you on the flip.
Woo!
So what the fuck is on Abaddon?
You will discover perhaps in the future. All right, let's gather up a raiders.
Bullshit.
Yep. We're hitting raid now.